Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Are you ready? Cause it's time for the stream, baby. Oh, yeah. It's stream time, baby. Let's get our wieners out. Oh, that is a floppy cock. Oh, I like it. Can you make it do the helicopter? Ooh.
Oh yeah, what is up everybody? How we doing today? Good to see you. We got a fun-filled, packed day today. Suppose I'll get on screen here. What is up everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we're going to play some 7th Guest to start for about an hour and 15-ish. Maybe an hour-ish.
Eat my asshole!
And then we're going to eat your asshole.
If you ever
apparently.
think English is not a shit language, just remember that read and lead rhyme and read and lead rhyme. But read and lead don't rhyme, and neither do read and lead.
Thank you, New Zealand lady, for helping me out with that. That doesn't work very well.
You're going to look so good sucking.
You are.
It's going to look so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Thank you, Luker. Thank you, Lash, for the bits. Thank you, On My Level, for the 67, or excuse me, the 76 months. Not 6-7, 7-6. So 7-6 would be like this? Because 6-7 is this. 7-6 is this? Maybe? Is that Dan's Gaming? No, that's Gathalion, King Gathalion. It was from his guest appearance on the Drop Frames show. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're doing 33 Immortals today. Don't do that, Pete. 33 Immortals. So we're going to play a little bit of the 7th Guest, and we're going to play 33 Immortals with the boys, with It Me JP and the Coest of Carnages for a couple of hours of sponsoredness, and then we're going to go back to 7th Guest and probably finish it up. So that's what we got on the docket for today. I hope you guys are excited. Full day. Haven't we had enough JP recently? You can never have enough JP or Co. Well, you can never have enough JP. No, well, I'll be talking. What do you mean muted? Get out of here. We don't mute people. I think Co forgot. He forgot yesterday. JP had to remind him that the sponsor thing was today and not Thursday. But he should be there. Oops, hold on. I gotta, 1 second here. I just gotta message them. Because that's what we agreed on a while ago. Yeah, okay. Well, it might be in a half an hour now. I don't know. We agreed on 1:30 p.m. Eastern for today. And a while ago. And now there's some confusion as to when we're starting, but we'll fucking get to it, dude. I am the responsible one. For fuck's sake. I don't know how Co gets this shit. Like he needs someone to wipe his ass. That's why he has Lena. Because I swear to God, dude, if shit wasn't handled for him, holy fuck. The sponsorship is a drop in the ocean for Go. Well, I mean, if you get enough sponsorships, like that's why, like, I feel okay turning some sponsorships down because I get enough of them where I'm like, you know what? I don't feel this game. I'm not going to do it. So yeah, if you get enough of them, they start to become like, whatever. I'll do it when I feel like it. I mean, especially for Go since he's, you know, a trillionaire and all that shit. So, but he does have horses to pay for. That is true. That is true. He does have horses he needs to pay for. But yeah, so that's what's coming up today. 7th guest, 33 Immortals, then more 7th guest. And then tomorrow is PsyOps. PsyOps, the something. It's a longer title. PsyOps, the Mindgate Conspiracy for Scythe's 100 month. And then Friday, I don't fucking know. I don't have a plan for Friday. And Saturday is Indie Saturday, so give me your indie game suggestions. It's a good segue into that. Like, give me all your indie game suggestions in my Discord. You've only made it once you get an FMV sponsorship. I don't know if I'll ever get an FMV sponsorship because they're like, I play them. Usually you sponsor people to play a game who probably wouldn't play it in the first place, you know? You playing the PC version or the PS5, PS2 version of PsyOps? I don't know. There's a PC version of PsyOps? Oh, you mean emulate it? Yeah, I was planning on emulating it because I have the hard copy. So I was planning on emulating it. Oh no, it was on PC. Okay. So it's in abandonware then. Okay. Then yeah, I'll play it on abandonware then. Well, I have both. I have the physical copy and I will be playing it like not on the hard copy. Yeah. So yeah, that's what that, but there's a version on PS5. So hold on. If I hook up my PS5, I can get it. PsyOps, the Mindgate Conspiracy. There we go. Okay, so it's on the original Xbox or the PlayStation 2. Yeah, I thought it was just announced. Yeah, it's not out yet. I thought it was just announced. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, it's coming with that subscription thing in July. Yeah. Out on PS5, July 28th. There we go. Okay. But I have the PS2 version, hard copy of it. So I'll probably just do that. I'll probably just emulate the PS2 version of it, make it nice and simple for everybody. Might start 007 on Friday. Hey, if I'm not feeling PsyOps for another day, yeah. Yes, I did solve the coffin. Shut up. I absolutely did. You can shut up about it. Yeah, so maybe that's what we'll do. If PsyOps doesn't last 2 days, then we'll do 007. We'll do baby Bond. All right, but now let's play some other game until we figure out like. Okay, so JP's on board for 1:30 ET. So in an hour from now.
Welcome. We were waiting for you.
Okay, where were we? Okay, we have completed the kitchen, the dining room, so we have upstairs, I think is where we need to go. Yeah, we completed all of the second floor, except for the bathroom, which is still locked. And now we got to go up to the landing and the crawl space. Okay. Is this a puzzle horror? I wouldn't necessarily say it's horror.
with Staff's money.
It's pretty tame
And
if it's
her.
horror.
I deserve it. I do.
I deserve
I'll
it.
win the prize, and then it'll be all right. Just watch.
We witnessed this motherfucker killing Mr. Stash. Yeah, it's macabre is what I would say, for sure. But we know that he's a murderer, Mr. Knox. Edward. Edward Knox is, in fact, a murderer because we watched it. Watched it happen. There was a dude right there.
I must remind you all that the attic and basement area beyond the kitchen are strictly off limits.
Off limits.
You know what curiosity did to the cat?
Raped it. No,
They have
don't say that.
lives to spare.
He's getting madder and madder that we're solving his puzzles. He's not happy about it. And it looks like we've got only...
Edward.
Whoa.
Edward.
Whoa.
Who said that? Where are you? Show
What up, Mad
yourself.
Queen?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up!
So I know it's a secret Mad Queen Malfide. But, how many dollars did they pay you to be one of the devs of this game? Was it $5? Oh, $5? Oh, you're cheap. Oh. Sorry, I knew that was a secret. I love it though. It's such a good gag. Like, shh. What did the five fingers say to the face? Slap! Oh! Oh, how do I get upstairs? Okay. So it's... No, the other way. Here we go. What was that noise? That was juicy. Whatever it was, I don't like it.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Okay. 12 o'clock. Oh, I gotta, okay. I've gotta populate it with the seven guests then.
Kid, are you up here?
Oh, he's looking for the kid that saw him murder Mustache Man.
The wires are all fried.
Apparently one of our artists snuck one of his calling cards in the game, a statue of a kitty. Oh, we frown upon that. We don't like that when people put Easter eggs in the game. I'm just kidding. Oh, coin. How we doing on these, by the way? We got 21 more to find. Oh, there's one. Oh, let's hear the crybaby story of Henry Stauff then.
Then the strange sickness came, and children started dying. Dying, clutching their Stauff toys close. Cemeteries, far and wide, began filling up with small coffins. When the rumors started spreading, the fingers pointed at the toy maker.
Tiny Tom, Big Lara, Miss Big Lara, Aw. Miss Petunia, Baby Kim, Graveyard Slide, Knight's Journey, Drinking Game, The Knight and the Maiden. Well, I've done most of these. Marble Game, haven't done. Small Stove, Auto, Aerial Ladder, nope. Wait, a Stauf toy is what? Is a toy for life, okay. Oh, there's one. Gimme. Announcing the grand opening of Wonder World Toys and Puzzles, Henry A. Stauf, proprietor. Now the amazing creations of Mr. Henry Stauf will be available for every occasion. Now everyone will be able to acquire Stauf's incredibly lifelike dolls, his ingenious games and puzzles of remarkable ingenuity, all backed by toy maker Stauf's promise. A Stauf toy is a toy for life. Did the toys make them sick?
This must be Stauf's design.
That's the rumor. So turn that. Stairs go down. Above the pigs. Oh, the pigs in the basement. Okay. Or in the, what is it called? Storage room. Oh, there. Oh, I didn't pull the handle. You big dumb dummy. What up, Badgie? Oh, I got past the point you got soft locked? Okay, cool.
You're a failure, Edward. You'll never find him.
Go away.
Incompetent, inadequate, impotent.
Shut up! Shut up!
You won't make it out alive.
There we go.
The time draws near.
What up, Fatal the Baptist with 99? Hell yeah, dude. The time of your 100 draws near. It does indeed. Okay, so I have to figure out how to open that clock first.
Boy, I'm here to help. Come with me to safety. I said shut up!
Get him! Oh God, Edward! Such a murderous man. Oh, what'd you do? Drake killed a guy.
I must have opened something inside the house. I think I know where.
Yeah.
Down in the basement.
Right. Follow this butterfly in the sky. Okay. Is it this one? No, not this one. That's the music room.
That old buffoon.
You can play with us up to the first boss. If you want to play 33 Immortals with us, you can play with us up to the first boss with the demo on Steam. Like we can join forces and kill the first boss. Yeah.
Come here, little one. I'm here to get you out.
Oh.
Hello, boy.
Hello,
Are
boy.
you down here?
Oh, I saw a coin. Let me get the coin first. There we go. Coin. How are we doing? 19 left? 19 left. Wonder World. Toys and puzzles. A style of toys, a toy for life. Check it out at Harley on the Hudson. Oh, okay. Two. Oh, there you go. Grab that. Put that over here. I asked 7 billionaires, what's the secret to your success? And they all said the same thing. How did you get into my mansion? Oh, here we go.
Stauff was forced to close up his shop and withdrew from public life.
His toys were killing
He
people.
had one more surprise left in store. The voices had spoken one last time of a great house that the toy maker was to build. A strange house. A house that scared people. It sat there, waiting, with a sinister purpose that no one could fathom. For years, nothing was heard, and Old Man Stauff became a bedtime story to scare wicked children. The story of a man who made a deal with the devil.
The devil.
Crazy, sick, and mean.
There are no drops per se for 33 Immortals, but if we beat a boss, for every boss we beat, which I would be surprised if we beat more than one, if we beat the one, but I will be giving away keys. If we beat the first boss, I will give away 5 keys. Second boss, same, and third boss, same as well. But I would be extremely happy if we beat the Lucifer, the first boss. Because that shit is tough, man. Stauff announces Wonder World Toys and Puzzles is closing. Mr. Henry A. Stauff announces that his toy store, Wonder World Toys and Puzzles, doing business in Harley, will cease operations effective Friday, October 17th. There will be no liquidation of stock, and there will be no further transactions carried out at the Wonder World location. This location and its accompanying stock is not for sale, rent, or lease. Any inquiries about such matters should be directed to Mr. Stauff's attorney, William Barstow, Esquire of New York. All of Mr. Stauff's remaining business affairs will be handled by his attorney. I mean, to be fair, I have beat Lucifer, I think, twice in 33 Immortals. So it is possible. But I mean, the difficulty ramps up. We'll be playing in about an hour and 20. Or no, not an hour and 20. I'm so sorry. We'll be playing in about 50 minutes. A little less than an hour from now. My bad. We're starting at 1:30 p.m. EST. Fix it. There, we fixed it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now it's running. Oh, there we go. It looks like a cigar. Or something else. Oh, I read your fun fact there. There's actually a whole animation for the stairs descending. But people never see it because it lowers before you get there. The stairs to the basement, or to the underneath of the basement. Which, yeah, I took my sweet ass time getting here. Oh, seven. Mine, seven, mine. I'm guessing the other two pieces, the last two pieces for this puzzle and that other puzzle, are up in the doll's house upstairs. Because they are connected, right? Yes, Seventh Guest had FMV moments in it. Yes, it did. These ones have been beefed up, and they're really cool. They're 3D now, which is nice. Coin on shelf above airplane. Thank you. Aha. Ding. Thank you. How come they changed all the guests and stuff in the cutscenes and pictures? Because they reshot it all with new actors, I think. Oh, it turned this thing on. Okay. No, I love it, Badgie, right? Isn't it great? Really well done. Oh, what the shit? Oh, it didn't keep my progress. Oh, there it is. Nah, there you are. There you are. Over here. Okay, it says 777, so I'm guessing they all have to add up to 7 somehow. Okay. 3, 2, 1. One. God damn it.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So why would they put the puzzle like this where I can't see the numbers on the top there? Oh. Never mind. Oh, so it's just 111 222. Okay. If only there was a key for top view. Yeah, right? 111 222. There we go. I got it.
Damn you!
Got it. Oh no. That poor boy. Stealth must be stopped.
Damn you! Coin. Oh, there we go.
Someone or something is watching us play. Like puppets on a string.
Oh, I would love an 11th guest one of these. That would be awesome. Oh, there we go.
The little lamb. All by yourself.
Oh, Martine's getting
What are
murdery.
you doing here?
We have to help the boy or everything's...
Who's we? You and that has-been magician. You're such a pushover. And so is your husband.
My favorite type of bean is a
And he
has-been.
was mama.
Joke's on you.
Minx!
Oops.
Whoopsie poodles. So who's dead? Mustache, Mr. Knox, and Mrs. Knox. They're both dead. So we've got Martine. Who's up? Dutton's dead. Martine's up. Julia's still up. Ham is up. Tad is up. Okay. Not dead yet. Drake isn't dead yet. Oh, is it the 11th hour? It's the 11th hour.
I'll wrap that toy maker around my pinky finger before the night is over.
Oh, did that... Oh, it cleaned up the storage room. Look, it's all clean now. Well, cleanish. It's cool. And yep, and that area's clean too. Swell. Look at me go.
High life, here I come. And no one will get in my way.
Miller High Life, here I come. Oh, and we cleaned up the shitter, sort of. No, I have not used a coin yet. Nope. See what South has to say. Disconnected. And my favorite line.
Feeling lonely.
And then one more.
Don't you hate it
When your line goes dead. Oh, now he's super pissed. Look at him. Oh, he's mad. Oh, he mad now. We're solving all of his puzzles and he ain't happy.
My, Miss Martine. The things I've
Oh, she
seen.
got a gun. Oh, we can look around behind their backs.
Lackey, out of my way, wino.
She's got a knife or a letter opener.
Sober as an ice cream soda on New Year's Eve. What are you hiding?
I said move.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you don't have the guts, old hag.
Oh! Oh, that was awesome animation. I love it.
Ta-ta!
That was great.
I'd rather be an old hag than a dead whore.
Oh, fuck. Nailed her.
Now, to find the boy.
There you go. The only ones left alive are Julia and Ham and Tad the boy. Upstairs. Wait, what new room opened up? Oh, the bathroom opened up.
Boy. Auntie Julia's got a little treat for you.
Who's the man? You the man. Oh, my hat though. I was covering up my bald spot. Thank you for the bits there, Pete. Zeke, just remember the following. If you're ever at odds with someone, walk a mile in their shoes. You'll be a mile away and they won't have any shoes. I like that, yeah. That's a good question, Atrigent. Are these cutscenes done with motion capture and 3D models, or do they 3D record the performances somehow? That's a good question. And I bet there's someone here who could answer. Volumetric videos, real actors recorded in 360 degrees. There you go. Ow!
Something is clogging the sink.
Oh, coin. Hold on. Let me grab the coin first.
The bathtub's clogged.
There we go. Not there. Oh, clog it. That's what they're saying. They're saying put something stoppery there. There. Huh. Sorry, I had the other chat pulled up. Oh, yeah, sure. I had the drop frames chat. There we go. You are now a VIP for the remainder of this playthrough. So we can see your comments. We know that you're on the up and up, you know? That spider has a 7 on it. What? I don't understand what that's doing. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, it stopped right there. Okay. Open.
It's some kind of roach hotel. That's one.
Okay. Aha, coin. Thank you. Okay, so I need to fill these other ones up with more roaches.
And there's another one.
Hey, there we go. Oh.
Whoops. Good thing I'm not afraid of spiders.
Ah, okay.
Let's take better care of this one.
Okay.
Whoops.
Ah, God, I gotta do it fast. Okay. Okay, I'll do it fast. There you go, buddy.
Oh no!
Oh, okay. Blorp.
Come and join your friend.
Okay. And now we gotta follow this trail. Oh my God, I've gotta stop her so many of these. Oh, this one sucks. Oh, he made it. Okay. What are you doing going that way?
And full of spiders.
Oh, I gotta, okay. I gotta put that down. Oh, I thought that was to trap the spider. That is not to trap the spider. That is to block him from going that way. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a real pain in the ass, isn't it? I just need you to hang a right, bud. Hang a right, buddy. You can hang a right? You're gonna do it? There you go, good boy. There it is.
Yes, all of them are trapped.
And now we zap them. Wow, gross.
Thank you.
No! Welcome, I guess. Yes,
Boy,
butterfly.
you here?
Oh no, I need to hide.
And now... Ooh, a bathtub scene.
Boy,
Oh,
are you here?
no.
You're in terrible danger.
I was hoping it was gonna
You
be
must come with me
Julia.
right now. What is your name?
It's Tad.
Yes, Tad. My name is Hamilton.
Drake, save that boy.
Give me your hand.
Through the door? Oh, the door must have been open then. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
there
Drake's
you
dead.
Oh, nice and clean. It's time to meet Mr. Staff.
Julia and Tad are the only ones left. 12 o'clock and all's well.
Time to go. Time to meet Mr. Staff.
All right, we'll listen to this record, then we'll swap over to 33 Immortals. I have tutorial stuff to do still, I think. Just a couple of things.
This is my last warning. The attic is strictly off limits. Don't let me catch anyone sticking their nose where it does not belong.
Yeah, look how mad he is. Oh, we did it! Cleaned up the foyer. Or what is it called? The foyer, yeah. We cleaned up the foyer. We did it. We did it. Look how mad he is. Oh, he mad. Look at him. Oh, he mad now, huh? Looks like we only have 2 pictures left. All right. We will finish this after the sponsor stream, which starts in about 20 minutes, but I'm gonna get prepped and ready for it before that. Let's see. Yep, take all of this. Copy it. Nope. There we go. Copy it. Put that shit right there. There we go. Okay. Why? Why are you so long? Oh. Too many characters? Seriously? Doesn't seem like that long of a thing. Okay, let me put on some music. There we go. Let's do this. Bye. Oh, God. Just releasing a 1.0. Thunder Lotus. Oh, that's why, because I forgot. This is part of the... Okay. Okay, that looks good, right? Okay. Let's get that. I think the game command is still there. Yep, there it is. Okay, cool. We will pin that. There you go. There's the link there. Hit that link. It is a tracking link. Should take you right to the, yep, there it is. The Day of the Devs, 33 Immortals. Perfect. Perfect. What up, Chad? Thank you for 94 months. Indigo Viking with 48. EMW3, thank you for the 16
it's
months.
My sweet 16 subiversary.
Yep, 33-player multiplayer for this game. Watching gamers play awesome games while building my game, like, couldn't get better. Life couldn't get better. Thanks for the great stream, Zeke. You bet, Dr. Phil's Gaming. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Spirefly, with 140 months. 140? God, you're creeping up on 12 years, dude. That's insane. Oh, that's right. I got to do the... Hold on. Got to do the thing. Should have it already up. Yep. Okay, good. Okay. Cool, cool. All right. We got some music. Let's go. Okay, this will be, what, the third time that we're doing this. Yep. Alerts are muted. Oh, that's right. We got to do the... Also the monetization. Let's pause the ads. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, and if we beat bosses... If we beat a boss today, I give away 5 keys. If there are drops enabled, they did not tell me. Defeat the boss army community. To reward your viewers, you must prove your might by conquering the epic bosses guarding each realm. A batch of Steam keys is tied directly to your victory over the game's 3 legendary encounters. Each defeat unlocks a new batch of keys. If we get one of them, I will be super happy. I will be super happy. And we've done it before. We've beaten Lucifer before. And you can play up to Lucifer with us if you have the demo. The demo will let you get to the first boss with us, and then the full game will let you get to the second and third boss. So if you have the demo, you can play with us. Okay, where was I? Right here. There we go. Okay. So I did all the basic. Yeah. Oh, yep, I did the basic. There's the advanced. Okay, so you open chambers, kill the chambers to unlock the final boss. Chest keys and teleporting devices. Okay. Oh, there are 8 cosmetics available as drops. Well, there you go. That's awesome. Okay, yes, I will start my training. Use your map to get the lay of the land. Okay. There are a few rebel souls over at the swamps. You shouldn't rush, but you shouldn't rush them immediately. Instead, I'll teach you a time-tested strategy. You will want to find a key before entering a chamber. Oh, because they have treasures in there. Yeah, you can get a key by looting chests or spending 100 bones at Bone Shrine. Right. If you're lucky, Lucidos drops them too. Okay. Explore your surroundings, gather 100 bones, and use a nearby Bone Shrine to get a key. Okay. So, in order to get that, watch for 30 minutes to receive the drops. Well, there you go. That's awesome. I have 100 bones. So now I go to a bone shrine and buy a key, which is this. Bingo. You start every run in the run beyond with 1 teleport stone, and you can buy more at the bone shrines for 50 bones. You can teleport to another player by using a teleport stone. While the map is displayed, select player and right bumper. Okay, teleport. That is something I never did. Oh. Okay. So I've got to charge it up. Oh, you can teleport directly to them. That's so nice. Okay. Each chamber will demand you to complete one of several objectives, include destroying special objects, capturing zones, or defeating monsters. Got it. Now hurry, enter the chamber. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Destroy effigies. Okay, gotta watch myself. Oh, okay. Nope, get off of there. Okay. Chambers completed, 2 relic chests. Yeah, okay, requires a key. So this one requires the key. There we go. I open that one up and I get the cool thing, which is a worn scapular dashes grant you next attack 30%. Okay. Yeah, dashes grant you next attack 30% chance to spawn 2 healing abilities. I will take it. There you go. Now we exit. Yes, it is a clicky link. Thank you. Note. Not sure long how your sponsor segment is, but here are the first 4 drop rules. Watch 30 minutes, purple and white cape and laughing emote game. Watch 1 hour, purple and white halo, and surprised Dante emote. There you go. Those are your drops, man. Your training is done. You can go back to the Dark Woods via the portal or continue training with your with the flag. Okay. Give me my reward for completing the training. Okay. Oh, there are drops for 2 hours as well. Well, I'm glad I'm starting early then. Okay. They'll teach you some advanced combat mechanics that will make you better at journey. Okay. First is the dash combo. By using the momentum of your dash, you can increase the potency of your light attacks, heavy attacks, and abilities. First, do a dash, and just as your dash starts, do a light attack, heavy attack, or an ability. It's a matter of precise timing, but I'm sure you can... Okay. Oh, this is not easy. With this guy, it's not easy. Coast Strike occurs when you hit an enemy that just was hit by another player with a short window. Okay, by doing anything, build a Coast Strike combo counter each. Okay. Escalating damage boost goes up, so the optimal damage by working with your allies, right? Practice your Coast Strikes against this docile monster. Okay. There, okay. Does armor. Armor reduces the amount of damage. Yep. However, your heavy hits deal damage to armor. Okay, so heavy attacks for armor. Got it. All right. But enough heavy hits and armor, enemies' armor will break and they will be incapacitated for a while. Okay. Oh, we don't save them for the capture time, so will be ejected from the beyond and they will return to the dark woods. Okay. You need to deal enough damage to the elite. Any type of damage will work. Okay. Once capture soul is freed, you can then resurrect them. Yep. Okay. There we go. Okay. Training is done. Okay, cool. Duly noted. And by doing the training, you get your meta currency, which is nice. So do the training. Get shards to spend in the overworld. All right, and last but not least, objectives, boss resistance, and unavoidable damage. Welcome to Cocytus. I don't know. The eternal abode of Lucifer. Here I will show you how to triumph over bosses. 2 arms, it is time to fight. This is because while casting their deadly attacks, bosses gain resistance. Boss resistance greatly reduces the damage they take. To reduce the ultimate remove, you must deal with boss objectives. Before eternal sorrow, the boss objectives are the tears. Destroy them to make Lucifer vulnerable. Guys, let's attack. Why are you attacking that one? Okay, you're just splitting your time? That's stupid! Don't split your time between the tiers! Focus on one, you bricks! Stupid AI! Once the cast part is complete, boss will cast their deadly attack. How dangerous deadly attack will be depends on how many boss objectives you completed. Okay. If you complete all objectives, you will then be able to find an opportunity to take no damage at all. However, partial success will mean that you will take some unblockable damage. Okay. If an attack incoming damage indicator has stripes, it means you cannot dodge or block that attack. You must be fully outside the indicator, right? Oh. I won't go. Oh, I won't make you go through all the loose for deadly attack. Now do not. Okay. If you ever need more assistance, your companion will update. Okay. And there we go. I feel like I'm ready. I'm ready now. Yes, this will be my third time playing this on stream. Okay, I did not complete this reward, so let's do it while we're waiting. Yeah. Welcome to Inferno. Right. 2 waves of chambers. Look at the map. Okay, we are in chambers. Only open after a certain amount of time. So after 3 minutes, the chambers will open, and then you beat the chambers. Collect dust and bones in the meantime. And it's tough doing these tutorials when you're the support class. Like, I'm definitely like, my little balls, they slow down the enemy. They don't do a ton of damage, but they slow down the enemy. So they're helpful, but not like super damaging. Okay, so God gets mad, of course. And you have to survive the divine retribution, which is just like, God drops bombs on us. Each time God sends down his divine retribution, that means a new phase of your journey has started. Check your map to see what I mean. Yep. Objective. Complete all open chambers to unlock the Ascension battles. Yep.
I think Zeke's played this before.
Hey yo, yes I have.
Really? Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
This game's really hard.
Oh.
It can be, for sure.
It can be, yeah.
Interesting. So how do I join you guys? How does this process work?
Figuring that out in due time. Cool. Oh, they have an intro now.
Bow of Hope. I'm gonna be the Bow of Hope.
Okay.
Oh god, I just started, I think.
I'm gonna be the ball tosser.
Excuse me?
I will be tossing my purple balls at the enemies to hurt them and slow them down.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm the magic guy.
Okay. I beg your finest pardon?
Oh, the first 5 minutes, I'm supposed to say thank you to Thunder Lotus for sponsoring today's stream.
Oh.
Thank you, Thunder Lotus. I appreciate it. 33 Immortals available right now, 1.0.
Ooh, I love Shaping Fates. Oh.
So I think we can make a private lobby and viewers can join us?
Really?
I don't think we make a private lobby,
That's
though.
cool.
I think we make a lobby with us, but it's open because we need
Oh, here's other
33 people.
Yeah, well, we need 33 other people. That's what I'm saying. We're playing with viewers. Let me. Oh yeah, party, create.
Do I have
Okay,
to
there's
do
the-
this starting stuff before I join you?
I ran up to Beatrice and then walked away. I'm gonna post the join code in Discord, even though I'm showing it on my stream. Chat, don't join.
Oh, thank you, Boatman.
Chat, if you join, I'm gonna kick you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kick you. Okay. Oh wait, were you putting it right there? Okay, one sec. Where do I go to join? Like, where do I put the code in?
Zeke, that's your cue.
You put it in the join. You press pause, and then on the right side it should say join.
Great. Okay. Oh, hold on. Send me training stuff real quick. Perfect. I mean, this is easy. Okay.
Yeah, they've changed the UI a lot too. This looks good.
One sec.
So this just launched on Steam today. It's been off Steam for, I feel like, what, a year as they've worked on it?
Yeah, well, I mean, the demo has been available for a long time.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize there was the demo on Steam as well.
Yeah, that's what we played on our other sponsor streams.
Oh, okay. I think I played it on like Epic or something like that.
Perfect.
Maybe. Yes, because I didn't have it.
Bows. Yeah. I got bows. Where are we going? Ooh.
You know, I'm just talking to Beatrice.
As you do. Crossbow of Pride, a sinful shooter. Oh my. Your goal is to reach Paradiso and face the wrath of God.
Yeah.
Yep. Never done that.
Okay.
No.
I've only beaten the first.
Only
I've never
beaten Lucifer.
the second
Yeah.
boss.
Yeah. Me too.
So let's see if, oh, they have daily events now too. Let's see if I can actually host that private, like how do we, chat, is there a way to host like a private thing so that you guys can join us?
Sorry. All right. I have no idea myself. Yeah.
Share the room code? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. There it is.
Right there,
That's the room
babies.
code.
Join up. 9JTDQL.
Let's see if like how many people can join us. We might only have.
Oh, we only have room
one
for
spot in the
4
group.
in a party.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if it'll have overflow into a lobby.
Okay, cool.
Dragon
there's
Flamely.
Dragon Flamely is here. Who I've
you
for
have
years.
to create a lobby on the right. Oh, private session. Private sessions cannot be created or joined while in a party. Guys, I'm leaving the group.
Oh, come on.
All right, calm down, Marcus Phoenix.
Come on.
Joe's not going to get that joke.
All right.
No, I'm not.
I'm leaving the party.
Ah, come on.
I'm now the party leader. I'm leaving this party too. I'm sorry, Dragon Flamely.
Okay, join
rude.
this.
Join this.
Okay.
And then we'll give it out to viewers.
That is too many letters.
9JUYTT. Good luck.
I cannot put in good
Yeah.
luck.
GL won't fit.
What?
You have given us a code that does not feasibly fit.
Are you joining
into our box?
Not party code.
Other people are. How are other people joining?
It's not a party code.
It's not a party code.
I know.
Okay, so
Yeah.
where do we go to put that in?
Maybe go to the far right of the
Far right.
little. Yeah, there should be a little campfire.
Private. Ooh.
Yeah, if you're watching chat, go to the campfire.
Where's the campfire?
Yes, this accepts your code. Wait, it may not. Hold on.
Far-
9JUYTT.
Oh, there.
Good luck. Cannot join the private session code in 9JUYTT. TTGL. Must be lowercase? Maybe it has to be lowercase. No, I can't type it. I can't type in lowercase.
D. There's no 9. Wait. Is there no 9? Did I type it wrong?
Oh.
Guys, there's no 9.
D
Let me just
J
edit that.
U Y
It literally says
TTGL.
9 J-U-Y right there.
Guys, the message has been edited.
Oh my God.
Let's go ahead and join up into the lobby, guys.
It still doesn't work.
What is my
DJUYTTGL?
Yeah, that's what I put in.
I think maybe it just filled up. Do we need to make another one?
Invalid.
DJUYTTGL.
I feel like I'm being a real.
Try all caps.
I did.
You can't do anything else.
It was. Yeah.
Did we break the lobby because so many people tried to join? We've got a ninja cat.
Not in a party. Oh, I see you right here. Hi, Ezekiel. Bloop.
Yeah,
let's try a new room, and here, let's do a new room, and we'll do it off stream and get in, and then we can make it public.
Okay.
Maybe something weird was.
Yeah. Then one of y'all host it. One of y'all host it, and I'll type it in because typing is my strong suit.
Typing is really tough. It is.
Typing is my strong
I'm creating
suit.
one now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm ready, sir. It filled up too fast. There was too many immortals. There was way more than 33.
I don't think it filled up, but yeah.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Okay, did that work?
I'm typing. Hold on.
No.
No. You type it right?
100% I did, yeah. Hold on, there's an actual like copy paste. Let me bring that up on my gamer real quick and try to copy paste it. Maybe it's like, hold on.
You're on Steam, yeah?
That's it, copy pasted. So this is definitely the right code.
See if other people can join.
Can I invite you? Hold on, let me just try to invite you.
What?
Nope, I can't invite you.
Can I join on you? You're not even friends.
Well, it sounds like we're gonna have to do the party thing for now.
You're not even online on Steam.
I should.
Now you're online.
Now I am? Okay. Oh, I can invite you to watch. You just disappeared. There you are.
All right, guys, what if we just... I'm going to send you a lobby invite.
Okay.
And by lobby invite,
we're gonna get this working.
A party invite.
Okay,
We could
so
just
this
play
is
the
now we're
game.
joining party. Great, let's do that. I like that idea. Greatly. So Co is the problem? I am not the problem. Well, I mean,
Co
I'm
might
always
be the problem.
I'm always the problem. Hey, thanks, DJ Knight. Appreciate you, buddy.
Okay, I sent you the party code.
Thank you.
We are in.
I'm joining.
Zeke is in. Co is in.
I am in.
Okay.
We need a fourth.
I am ready to party.
Someone join BB7L7W. Co has left the party.
File. Co, what are you doing?
What? Error beans. I didn't do anything. It just happened.
Co, hurry up! Oh no, someone's joined.
Dude, I didn't do anything.
No!
Damn it!
The party is full. Can one of y'all leave the
I'm
party,
kicking
please?
him. I'm kicking him. I kicked him. Wait, did I kick him? I'm sorry, Sternu. You're done.
You're done. Oh,
Co's
we in.
Co's in.
We in.
All right, run to the north.
Running, fleeing.
Let us begin the game. We're going to
We did it,
Inferno.
chat. We made it. That way. Go that way.
Yes.
That way. We're playing with PC. Yes. The entire
that's,
platform has joined our party.
That's he's a gamer.
PC gamer.
How could you not be with that name? Oh, you didn't say he's a gamer. Oh, I thought you did.
What?
What?
I I did say that.
Oh, I thought you said easy gamer.
Easy gamer.
Wait, what did you say? You said easy. Oh,
I said
is that what I
he's
heard?
a gamer.
Okay.
He's a gamer. All right, so we got to work together on this.
This man is headless.
So the first 3 minutes is just killing monsters, getting bones and dust, and then you spend your dust on like upgrades, and you spend your bones and dust on upgrades from bone shrines and dust collectors or whatever it's called. You'll see them.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
And then after those 3 minutes are up, then the gates will open, and then you beat the gates until God gets mad and then, you know, destroys you. So everybody stay together, though. Everybody stay together.
Okay.
If we fight the same things, we do better.
I got to remember how to play.
Yep.
Taking any damage, by the way, is like bad.
It's real bad.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Like
don't forget, you have 2 attacks. You have a heavy attack, you have a light attack and a heavy attack. And then you have a special move with Y.
You can die, but you come back with half HP.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then there are ways around, ways of healing that missing HP as well.
Oh, even better.
Left trigger pulls up the map, by the way.
Yeah, and if you look on the left side of your map, Co, or Co
Yeah.
NJP, you'll see how much timer we have.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like almost 7 minutes to like gather up shit before they
6,
open.
7.
Before they open the gates for us. Oh, and those are, these are the dust shrines.
This is how you level up.
Where you can level up. And on the bottom right, that is your dust amount. Once that is glowing purple and full, then you can spend it to gain like more health, more attack, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, this feels, I don't know what they've changed, but it feels so much better than it used to. I love bones.
Okay, my thing is full. I'm going to the shrine to upgrade my attack.
Okay.
Where is your thing full?
Purple, bottom right.
Purple bottom right.
If it's glowing, you know it's full.
I think mine is.
Okay, I'm going to the shrine.
I think mine's empty. Oh, no. Now it's glowing. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm coming to you. Where is Zeke?
It's over here.
Somewhere?
Right here.
Coming to you.
You want to talk to this thing?
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Got it? Okay. Following JP. JP has the crown. Follow him.
So we still got a while.
This heavy attack on keyboard and mouse. Q. There it is. Great.
Oh, you rat bastard.
Ooh. Do we have to all destroy the containers and stuff ourselves?
I don't know.
I think so, yes. I think you have to destroy it yourself to get the bones. I saw you guys like attacking it and it wasn't doing any damage on my screen. Oh yeah, and heavy attacks break armor. So if you see one with like shields or armor above their health bar, you gotta do that first to get through.
Great.
Is this a boss up there? Oh no, it's just a chest.
Cool. Bill S. Preston. To Bill Bradley.
Oh, and you want to get keys? So I think you spend bones to get keys before you go into the gates, because there are chests in there that you want to open.
Cool.
So find a bone thing and then spend your bones
What does
there.
the sea
I think it's
do?
100 bones.
What the sea is where all the water's held.
Oh my god.
I hate it. I hate it so much. I just upgraded my sea. My empathy.
Oh, that's your mana. I think that's your mana. Here's a little like teamwork thing you can do. Let's get some teamwork going.
Okay.
Oh, whoa.
I'm stealing the blessing. Aha!
Oh, so those are temporary blessings. My damage is greatly increased for
Thank you, Mucky.
little bit.
Oh, cool. Okay, great.
Oh no, I fucking got hit.
Sure.
Yeah, I got hit a few times. I'm about half health, so.
Yeah, how are you half?
I need to heal. Because I'm not paying attention like to the
You're the
reticle.
fucking healer. Ooh, relic.
Boom.
Oh, you got a relic? Nice. Nice drop. Nice drop.
Ah! Sorry, that thing almost hit me. The graveyard of heresy. That's what I call my bed.
Wow.
Chest over here. I got bones.
Okay.
I
Now,
got bones.
if you guys see, the bone totems are usually right outside of the gates.
Relic. Ooh.
What relic did you get?
One that makes it so my heavy attack makes a little AoE every time it lands.
Oh. I am taking way too much damage.
Agreed.
All right, chambers open in 38 seconds.
Okay. Let's see. There's one right straight south of us.
Okay. God damn it.
Oh, the blast is around us. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Doesn't really help.
Yep, right here. Okay, good. Bones. Everybody gather up so we can heal, because if I heal, you heal. By the bone totem when you're done with these guys.
Oh, okay.
Okay, down here by the gate.
There's shield guys coming. Shield guys coming.
Okay, here we go.
Bone totem heal.
Ooh.
I'm healing you good.
Wrath of God, just stay out of the circles.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Any
After
more
that,
heals?
then the chamber opens.
Torture chamber's opening.
Should
It's
I buy
not
anything
this
with my
one.
bones?
Can you heal?
I can heal, sure.
Yeah,
Want me to
heal, buy a key if you can.
There you go. I'll buy
Buy
a
a
key, sure.
key.
Should I buy a teleport stone?
Teleport stone will teleport you to the party. If we stay together, you won't need one.
Oh, we're good. I'm gonna save.
I'm going to the right. I'm trying to get to this thing over here.
Okay, I'm coming.
I'm just mad dashing for it.
I'm coming.
I think I'm gonna be late though. Yeah, it's already filled. We could try going to the south, or we could just stay outside.
I'm going to the south one. And that's what the teleport stones are good for. So you can get to these gates in time. Oh, filling up. Yep, they're all full.
Unique elite I found. Let's go fight the unique elite to the left.
Okay.
All in you, Z.
Hold on, bruh.
If you hold down L, oh, Co's on mouse and keyboard. I don't know how to have him do the emotes. Oh, look at this elite. I've never seen the elites before. Oh my god. Well, ranged has to fight him.
Okay. Coming to you.
Okay, coming up.
The elite it's not going well. I just want to say
it is not going well.
It is not great.
Oh my god, what the hell?
Oh, so you can kill the skulls. Oh, that's what you're supposed
Yeah,
to do.
no, I died.
Okay, Zeke's dead.
If you do enough damage to the boss, my soul will pop out and you can resurrect me. Thank you, Xenos. Oh, that guy was not messing around.
Dude, are you serious right now? He's at like 95?
Yeah, well, welcome to 33 Immortals.
Jeez.
Oh, there he goes. Hold on. It's going down.
Now he's taking damage.
Yeah, armor. Yeah, heavy attack the armor off.
Okay, kill these skulls right here around him.
Oh, that's what was hurting me. The red on the ground.
Also,
and now,
Co, if the green bar is filled up in the left-hand side, you want to use that.
I don't think it is. You mean around the thing on the bottom left?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're good. Nice.
What is this? I don't know what this is.
Whoa. Ooh. Ooh. Cool. Okay. Oh, my purple thing.
We can go to a thing all the way over to the left.
Where's my purple drink? Oh, is that this thing? Oh, this is bones.
Aha. Okay. So if you've died at those weird space black holes, you can the top choice is to take off your the limit of your HP from being resurrected.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Oh, you can do that now?
Yep.
Oh, that's good.
All right.
Do you guys want to go bottom left?
What happens when I right-click?
I would love to go bottom left.
What is that?
It's my favorite
Just dash
bottom.
there. Ignore the enemies.
Okay.
We might be able to get there in time.
Is that a parry? I don't think so.
There is a parry on the soldier. I don't think there's a parry on the rogue.
When I right-click on the oh, it's my recall. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay. Cool. It's my air recall.
Oh, I went the wrong way.
Because that's a cool little graphic.
No. No. Zeke got in. I didn't get in.
Okay.
I'm
to the north. Go run north.
On it.
Oh my god.
It's all right. Zeke will die in there. Don't worry about it. Yeah, they've made so many improvements to this already. They as we say, cooked.
They cooked.
Hooked up some upgrades. Oh, you prick!
What do I do? Just E? Okay.
Okay. I did not make it. Good luck, everyone.
Oh, what are we doing? Oh God. Oh wait, I took
really
the last
wanted
spot?
to heal. Yeah, but that's fine because I went to heal, so that's on me. No, that's on me. Make sure you use your key when you leave, Joe.
Got it.
Or when you guys win.
Nice. Opening.
Ow! Oh, wait, I should use my keys right when I get in?
No. At the end, yeah. You'll get when you finish the thing, there will be a second one. You'll see 2 chests, and you got to spend money on the second chest.
So you're just a spirit, JP?
Nope, I'm fighting outside.
Oh, I thought you died.
Come north. Yeah, I'll come south to you.
Oh God! That's a big boy.
There are a boss.
Oh Jesus!
Why don't I see you on my heads up there, Co?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, right next
I just
to me.
completed a torture chamber.
Oh, you're in a chamber. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm helping up Rhonda Cool up here. No, I got hit while I was fucking opening this thing. Uh-oh.
God is angry. Shit.
Oh God! Oh God!
Literally.
Okay, he's chill. He's chill.
God's chill. He's chilled out again. Torture chambers have opened.
I'm going to the left.
Okay.
I need a torture chamber. I want to be tortured. I'm back. I got tortured. I'm being tortured.
Which one?
I went into the far left. It's already full.
Oh, damn
This
it.
one's full.
No, the time limit is on your map. Sorry, I was talking to chat.
Want me to heal? Oh,
There we go.
thanks, babe.
You betcha.
Yeah, this is with that private lobby
middle.
stuff. This is kind of a perfect game for streams now. You can just fill it up with viewers.
Oh, teleport stone.
Do we know why it wasn't working earlier?
I don't know. I've never seen it before, so I couldn't tell you.
If that worked, that'd be fantastic. That'd be super cool. Where are you guys right now?
I'm in a thing, in a torture room.
What about you, Zeke?
Yep, me too.
Oh, you're in a torture room too. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm still outside. Should I just like look for more?
You can fight other mobs.
Okay.
Just like around. What? That did 41 flipping damage.
Don't stay on the. Oh my God!
You okay?
Yeah, I just got hit like 3 times because I'm a dipshit.
Hey, when that happens.
It's the worst. I got a little heal on my heavy attack, and it is so nice.
Yeah, anything that heals you is gold in this game. Yikes. That was rough.
Oh.
All right, I will
Cut your tax
work my
return.
way
Oh, nice.
to Co.
Healing, 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 healing. Oh my god! Healing orb.
Archer
Healing orb.
seems
Oh,
really,
beautiful,
really
beautiful.
strong.
Yeah, they're all classes are pretty strong.
Yeah? Nice.
And they have like a pretty good sense of upgrades.
Yeah. And you can really like customize your build, which I like. Like if you start getting a bunch of heavy attack stuff, like you build your build around that shit. I love it.
Yeah, I'm building around heavy right now and it's working great.
Yep.
Keep killing all the things. Oh, there's a thing up north. If we go north, we can get into a trial.
Oh, there's a mini boss guy.
Co and I are going to a torture chamber.
Because we like to be tortured.
We love it so much. Can you heal? Nope. I'm going in.
Going in.
All right, now here's the issue. This will start if it's just the two of us.
Oh.
We need to be careful.
Well, that's not good. Yeah. Oh, we got Corporal Camel Toe here to help us.
Hell yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we're gonna win now, baby.
Feeling pretty good about this. Ow, man.
Forget that mine is an aim.
Jesus. Dude,
So,
these guys have a lot of range.
You like?
Yeah. Ooh. So back when I played, there was no way to heal except for the heal outside of the chambers.
Yeah. I'm glad they added a little bit more.
Yeah, because like it was brutal. Also, this is a co-op ability right here in the bottom left.
Oh God, I tried to stand in it, but it didn't work.
You gotta come over here and press RB.
I don't know what that is on my...
Corporal Camel Toe needs you. It'll tell you, it'll pop up on your screen. There we go.
Nice.
You have that as well, Co, in the bottom left.
Oh, mine's not up for like another bit.
Hey Frost, can you tell me if I can aim this? My special ability. I know I can. I can't get it to go any other way but this way. I can't. It only goes sideways. Okay. Okay. Duly noted.
Oh, okay.
Oh, spider thing's up. Some weird ass spider thing. Oh God. Oh God.
I'm popping this. Come get a shield, Co.
I'm here. What do I do?
I'm dying.
I want to help. Where are you?
There we go. Okay.
Oh God.
That gives us a shield. No.
Thank you.
Me. It takes one hit. Well.
Oh God.
Bro, what?
What's up?
Yeah,
I've gotten bad.
by myself.
I've gotten bad. I'm so old.
Yo, we got this. We got this.
No.
There it is.
Brother.
Wait, me? Are you dead?
I'm dead, brother. I'm back.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry. What is inner fire?
I know how you are with me.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know what inner fire is. Probably should. I'm gonna re-roll.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Anointed chalice?
Ah! What the hell is this?
The wrath of God.
At least this time I knew to X out on my selection. Oh my god, dude. Ascension battles unlocked?
Yeah, so that's how we get to the boss.
That's how the boss comes. Yep.
See how the world's closing in?
I do.
Yeah, you want to get out and run to one of
God.
the ascension spots.
Oh, I thought it was closing all the way. Damn it. So I randomly picked something. I don't even know what I picked.
There's 3 ascension spots.
What is
how do I emote?
Fire?
I want to emote over here. Come on, guys. Come get some healing.
Left trigger.
I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. Left trigger. What is that for PC?
I'm at the ascension.
Can you heal too?
Oh, this?
Oh,
whoa,
shit!
What is this? What is this? What is this?
Life's bad. Life's bad. Life's real bad. We gotta get the fuck. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get all the way to the Here we go. Now we're in the ascension battle. Now let's battle for our lives.
No, I think that's what. Okay. This is my first time playing. Oh yeah. I've never played. This is my first round ever in this game.
No, you've played with us before, haven't you?
Did I?
No, he's never played with us.
Oh man.
Oh, it was just me and you last time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, I almost died.
If I played this before, it was a long time ago. This may have gone through a lot of changes. God. Oh, do I have inner fire on?
Oh my god, I'm dead again. No! I'm so bad.
I'm dead. I'm captured.
Okay, we're watching Z.
Where are you? Where are you captured? That means we gotta kill us.
dead.
The big guy
We
has
gotta
me.
do enough damage
wait,
to
I'm
the
free.
enemy that
I'm
killed
free.
you. Yep.
I'm out.
And now we gotta resurrect you, right? Or are you good?
Yeah. Coming to you, Z.
Okay, come down the south. Oh shit. Oh, just follow me. Just follow me. I can't stop. I got you. I got you. I got you.
Following your big purple
I got
balls.
you. Ow! Fuck. I'm fine. I'm fine though. We're fine. We're fine. Get on the other one. Get on the other one. Someone get on the other one. Right one. Right one. There you go. Go. Don't die, don't die, don't die.
Okay, good luck. You're going to see the boss. I'm not going to say anything for Co.
Where are you?
I'm dead.
Oh, okay. You're so happy.
I'm dead. Yeah, no, it's you know, it's a little embarrassing here. A little embarrassing. You gotta go to the center.
Okay. Ascension battle complete.
Hurrah!
Time to
I'm
ascend.
ascending.
Okay, so you guys have
Let's
21
go.
players alive.
Oh, I was supposed to revive some other guy? I think he got revived. I think we're good.
There's 21 players left out of the 33, and you're going to fight a boss. Name
Wait, what was I just doing?
Cockatoos.
Cockatoo?
I'm not going to tell Co any of the strats.
Okay.
Please.
Wait,
why would you
oh
do
my
that?
god, you get rezzed if you go to the boss. I'm
Yeah, you
alive.
do. Yeah. We all go. If one goes, we all go. But you get res with that little, like, you know, limiter of your HP. Here it comes. Yep. It's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Man, good thing his heart's exposed.
Yep, that's how many life bars he's got at the top, by the way. Whew. We have pretty good DPS.
Am I hitting him? Oh, no, I am.
Okay. Ooh, that's a new animation. Okay, break the wrist guards.
The wrist guards, not the ads?
Either or. Wrist guards are important, though, because you see how the frozen hit casting is building up?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how you stop it.
Move your arm, you stupid ass! There you go.
You want to use your specials, by the way, if you have it?
Yep, I'm waiting.
I do not. What's that purple cloud? Is that good or bad?
That's good. That's us.
That's good.
That's one of my people. That's the slow down mist from the magician.
We all have that time or that co-strike thing in the top right?
Yes. Okay, they changed the boss a little bit. Okay.
Okay. Tears, the little crystals. Go left
Yeah,
first.
kill the
Left
tears.
first. Shit. Shit. Oh, and it's ice physics. God damn it, really?
Did we kill all the crystals?
Seems like it. God, I hate ice physics.
Ah! No, somebody! You dicks!
You got knocked out of your own thing?
Yeah, and you stole it.
I'm sorry, I was trying to help. I thought I was helping. Don't stay in there. Yep. Now he's gonna do one close.
Get back in there.
Man, my special is not filling up very much at all.
Getting a 300 co-strike?
Nice.
Hooray.
Gotta kill the wrist.
Oh, coming up.
Good job.
Oh, he targets folks and they have to like get away from us. I see.
Oh, should we be getting those crystals?
They're meta currencies, yes, but not as important. That's killing the boss.
What's going on? Oh,
Just hit the heart, hit the heart.
Okay.
Okay, he's locked. We gotta kill ads again.
Oh, his heart's locked.
How do we break the last betrayal casting?
The spirit things on the spirit crystals, I think. If you see them.
Okay.
I think they're gone, yeah.
Yeah, they've changed even this boss up a little bit, which is great.
Feels like I'm MMO raiding, man.
Yeah. Last HP bar.
I know that because my eyes are
Okay,
dry.
go left, go left. You can tell by which face is lit up. All the way right, all the way right. Oh, they killed him.
We did it! Let's go! Woo!
Bro, I got a 506 co-strike.
Nice.
Jeez. That was fun, dude.
All right, now we can, now we got a key to go to the second place and we're gonna get completely obliterated.
Yeah, we're just gonna get like our butts slapped and paddled.
So what do I do with all this? I pick all this up?
You spend this in the,
just pick everything up for now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Right, there we go.
Yeah, people have gotten really good at this game.
Yeah, man. That was awesome.
Sorry. That's my bad. Man, that was cool. No, seriously. I knew things were going well because my eyes started drying out and I didn't want to blink them. Jeez. Okay.
Those the paragons, the perks, that kind of stuff you purchase in the hub. You purchase like, permanent perks and stuff like that.
Cool. That was fun, man.
Yeah, so we can queue into the second place if you want to really get destroyed, or we can do the first one again. I think are there 2 bosses in the first area?
Dapper MVP.
Okay.
Nice work, Dapper.
Good job, Dap.
I wonder if that's the cyanide I know.
Man, we did great. Look at us go.
Oh, there's still only 1 boss. Okay.
Oh, PC, not bad. Yeah, carrying our
I
group.
hold E. I want to pick a different class.
Well, there you go. We're back in the Dark Woods.
Yeah.
So.
What class are you guys playing? Oh, well, of course, Zeke's purple balls. But what about you, JP?
Yeah.
What are you playing and what do you like about it?
I'm playing the fighter and it's got a parry, but it's kind of hard. Like you basically press Y and you wait to get attacked and it'll parry.
How is the little dagger bro?
I gotta take a bathroom break.
Daggers are pretty good.
Okay, I'll go dagger bro.
Yeah. So we just got perks unlocked, Co.
Oh, cool.
And perks are good.
Okay. How do I unlock? Oh, wait, I can't unlock this. There we go. Great. Takedown is...
Oh, I haven't even seen.
Okay. Cool.
I didn't even know there was a crossbow, a glaive, or hooks. There's more than 4 weapons? What?
Wait, more? Oh.
Oh yeah, there's all these weapons.
Okay, I'm back. Okay.
Wait, did I just upgrade my bow? Volley of arrows energy mastery. Whoa. Oh. Interesting. Unlock a perk slot. Ooh. Let's go to perk.
I love a good perk.
Big same.
Oh, I want to unlock, dude. So they have 4 new weapons. I haven't played these weapons at all. Crossbows of Pride, Hooks of Gluttony, Scepter of Charity, and Glaive of Temperance.
I don't know if you guys got those keys, but if we beat a boss, we give away keys.
Oh.
Ooh.
Wait, where do the keys go?
To the chat.
Oh my.
For every boss we beat, we get 5 keys to give away.
Oh.
So Lucifer, the other one, and the other one. I don't want to spoil.
Interesting. Hey, I'm gonna unlock one of these new weapons. I'm gonna try the Glaive of Temperance.
Cool. That's what we got in chat. Thank you. Big thank you to Thunder Lotus.
Yeah,
for
thank you.
handling that.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Fantastic.
All right, is Thunder Lotus giving away your chat?
No, we gave them away from Thunder Lotus.
Oh, okay, okay. So you did do that.
We're doing our
Okay,
own
okay.
giveaways. Yes.
Okay. Can I? Is there a mod here?
Gluttony?
Any mods?
So wait,
in my channel?
which one did you open?
I got the glaive.
I'm gonna get the hooks. No, wait, these are tank.
Oh, whoa! The
Specialist,
glaive has like a massive AOE.
Shooter. Wait.
Okay, fine.
Oh, and it's got.
I'll do this.
Is fighter the one I'm doing now? Are these fighter? Oh, these are fighter. So wait, you.
Okay. I'm gonna give away key in the chat. Oh, there you go, Sitley. Oh, I'm gonna go. There you go. Okay. Which one of you wants to give away the keys? Because I'm just gonna whisper you 5 keys and you give away in chat with one of the numbers replaced by a question mark.
Oh, your brand. My brand.
Oh, while blinded monsters. Whoa.
What the hell?
Okay, on Genga, I'm going to
Wait,
give you the
what's it-
5
what?
keys.
How do I bring up that thing where it tells me how to use them again? There it is. Okay.
I don't know.
Consumes pride to maintain barrage. Interesting. Okay. So we want to do light into heavy, but I have to brand them first. Okay.
Always be branding.
I hope these are good.
Okay.
These are the ones they gave me.
We're playing with the gentleman, good friend of mine, Microsoft Word.
What?
That's the name of the gentleman that is currently talking to the head honcho there.
There you go, buddy. There's all the 5 keys for you.
Word. Where do we spend the gold things?
You can spread them out. Like, give it like, I don't know, a couple of minutes
Yeah,
in
the
between.
gold-
You
the
don't
gold
have to give them
things.
all the way at once. You just do a couple, like,
Oh,
let
I
chat
don't
know. Here comes another one.
actually.
Couple
Where do
minutes.
you
Here
spend
comes
the
another
gold
one. Couple
things?
minutes. Here comes
What
another
are
one.
them? What are those?
Are there more
What
keys
is
from
this,
every
the
boss?
shop?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
If
so
we
it's
beat the
like,
next boss
I
and the next
think
boss, we
that's,
get 10 more keys
cosmetic?
to give away. But
Cosmetic, yeah.
I mean, I'm not like,
Ooh,
you
that
know,
one's good.
I'm not, you know, super.
Bro, you can get small cats to follow you around.
How much? What are we talking?
We're talking 120 purple bucks.
Okay.
Or there's a black cat for 80 perp bucks.
Okay, this is all wardrobe.
Oh, there was they did like a race, I guess, because over here there's the altar of immortality, and these 4 people, Bricky's in here. Wait, aren't these streamers?
Yeah, there's probably a bunch of us streamers
God,
that are
I'm
being
gonna mispronounce
sponsored.
some VTuber names. Michi, Mochavi, Matara Khan, Limalicious, and Bricky.
That was offensive mispronunciation.
I'm
My
sorry.
lord, I like.
I'm
Oh
sorry.
my god.
I'm sorry.
man.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Ooh. All right. Anyway, are we gonna queue up? I think Ass Eater 73 is ready to go.
Well, let's not keep them waiting.
Hold on.
I'm ready.
Let me get.
Let's go.
You want to go Purgatorio?
Name.
We all sure. We have a key.
I don't know
There
if
we
we
go.
should.
Next level.
Okay.
We're doing it.
We're gonna get
Dude,
our ass
I'm
kicked.
leveling up here.
Yep.
You know
No,
what?
real talk. We can do the first one again.
Journey canceled.
Oh,
How do you like that?
That's fine.
I'm leveling
That
up
way we
at
can level up our
Beatrice.
weapon, right?
I'm not ready.
Yeah.
Stop doing
One
it.
player's not ready. Who's not ready?
I'm not. I'm
Well, it's me and you here, so
I'm gaining levels here.
Probably Zeke.
probably Zeke.
Dude,
Who's got
you
his
gotta
mic
stop
muted, and I
that. You
bet
gotta
you
stop
he
that
doesn't
until I'm done
realize it.
leveling up, please.
Zeke
Probably
doesn't even.
screaming at his chat.
He's probably frantically.
keys away.
I know he's googling
Okay,
how to do a giveaway.
now
on
you can
Twitch
go.
right now,
Go.
and he's trying to.
No, I am not.
Trying to get his AI assistant to help him with it.
Get Scott.
I swear to God, Mods, I'll replace you all with AI if you don't give these keys away.
Now I'm ready. You can go.
That's what he's saying right now. I'm pretty sure I just heard him say that from here, actually.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
weird,
I was
'cause
muted
I'm
that
close.
entire
Oh, hi.
time.
How
I
are
was
you?
muted
Hi,
that
Zeke.
entire time. I was screaming at you because I was leveling up. And you didn't hear any of it. I thought you were ignoring me, and I am the biggest idiot. I'm ready to go now. I was leveling up. Like, I was getting my, health and all that shit upgraded.
Well, at least we did.
We can upgrade our health?
Yeah. Well, Co's got to go upgrade.
Well, that's fine. I'm not going to hold the team up for that.
Oh, my God.
I'm a good player.
That'd be annoying as shit.
That would be the worst.
If you just
friends don't let friends level up without them and make them wait.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that was in a commercial from the 90s.
Sorry, Pulled
Something about stealing babies. I don't know. It was.
Don't want to do that. But you do want to download and buy 33 Immortals. Make sure to click the link down below all of our streams.
And thank you to Thunder Lotus for sponsoring this stream today. We really appreciate it.
That's right.
Thanks, guys.
And also, like, one of the talking points that we're supposed to talk about is that you don't need a group. You can just jump in.
Yep.
Jump in anytime. Get a game going.
Yo, what are you using, Co? The crossbow?
The new crossbows, man. You want to see something kind of cool?
Let's see it.
You want to see something kind of cool? Hey!
Yo, check this out. Look at my staff. I can spin it. I can spin my staff in circles and they go BAM!
Damn, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I can blind enemies now. Which I'm not sure what that does, but those mobs were...
Oh, it's got a tiny range, though. That kind of stinks. Okay.
Yo, what kind of game? Lieutenant Asshole.
Dude, so many quality names today. My lord.
I love it.
He's a gamer.
Lieutenant. Worked up the ranks. Be a commissioned officer of the asshole army.
Yeah.
Well, I am not being good enough about like making sure I pick up the purple stuff. I gotta be better about that.
Yeah, the purple dust is.
Yeah, man.
Be better.
Oh, a rune. What is this? A new cape? I just got a cape.
Hell yeah.
Whoa, cool.
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
I really should have read what blind is actually doing.
Does it reduce their chance to hit or something?
Probably, but I didn't read.
That's fair. Oh shoot, I leveled.
Yeah. Find out.
Where am I going to do that? Oh, I'm going to do that real quick. I'll catch up.
Glowy thing. There.
Oh, it makes them run away from you and take a dot damage. Okay, great.
Oh, that's what blind does?
Yeah, that seems strong.
That seems very strong.
Thank you, Frost. Full dust. Full dust. Got to remember to cash in your full dust because I don't think it banks any. So when you get it, cash it.
Always be caching. That's what Tupac said.
All right, coming to you guys.
Okay, we're kind of just flexing about.
Bam.
Oh wow, that dot is pretty good. We got, wait, chambers in 5 minutes? Oh, chest over here.
Coming to you.
Bottom right.
Yeah, blind is a brand new mechanic for 1.0.
Yeah.
Ooh, got some keys. What is this thing over here?
Oh, that's
is this like a, is that like a goblin? Oh, look at that.
I didn't hit him, so I didn't get anything.
Man, I got so much great loot.
Oh my God. I really don't
This
like
really
you.
made my play session, I tell you.
I don't really like you.
What is this over here? What is going on down here? Are we like in a different
killing
region of the, like, there's a bunch of new mobs here.
Well, there we go.
I believe it.
Games
I
without
need to
Tupac
level
are
up.
DOA for me.
Yeah.
I need a level.
Oh, me too, actually. Oh, wait, these are bones. I can respawn the party? Oh my.
Yeah, I guess if we all die.
Sounds handy, yeah.
I don't know what magic does on this guy. I only have 3 magic, and I'm not sure.
Man, we got a whole crew over here right now.
We're gaming.
We're gaming. The gamins.
Princess of Hawaii.
I'm honored, personally.
Princess of Hawaii, come on, I want to lay you.
Sir.
Sorry, that was crass. I apologize.
Just.
3 minutes, still Chambers.
Okay.
Chris Chambers, brother to Eyeball Chambers.
So much head shaking from Zeke today.
Barrel.
Great.
Oh, did we go? Are we in the second land? Are we in Purgatorio?
Yeah, this is.
I think it's the first one. Yeah.
Oh, we're doing the first one again?
Yeah, because Poe and I got new weapons.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'd like to see that second one.
Yeah.
Let's do it after this, for sure.
Yeah, we still got an hour left.
Oh, keys.
How many keys you guys got?
Only one.
5.
What? Are you hacking?
You're gonna give some to us, right?
Those are good drops, man. Oh shit. My dust is full.
I hate when that happens.
There.
Worst.
It shows me the nearest dust thing. It's good. There we go.
Shrines in a minute.
Great. Crossbows feel good. I like them.
Oh, Luke guy. I'm blanking on the name. Luke guy, Luke Goblin. He's dead.
Luke Gobbo? Oh, okay. Hey, cool. I don't think I want to get anything here. coming up to you guys. I feel like I'm too far.
All right, 13 seconds till things start.
Arrow.
Okay, they are beginning now.
Well, we got to deal with the Wrath of God first.
Always.
Just like real life.
Yep. Unique elite spawn down south. There's one south of us. I'm gonna go there to the torture chamber south.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be hard. Everyone's running for it. I'm just gonna try to rush in.
Just hit E to zone in.
I got in.
Damn
Am
it.
I in? Oh, hell yeah.
Co's in.
Missed it.
Zeke's out.
There we go. I got in one.
Great.
Oh, this class kind of cooks.
Hell yeah.
No! Get out of the fucking fire. The flippin' fire. Flippin' flarpin' floopy.
Liver scotch. Blatherskite.
Boss is up in here.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Okay, so bosses take a long time to blind.
Hell yeah. Woo! That was good. Light attacks trigger a blast. Cool. I like that idea. They use a lot of light attacks. Okay. Heavy attacks trigger a blast. Yes. All the blasting. All the blasting. Let's get back to the track.
Yeah,
Was he still on the thing?
he's focusing.
Good work, everyone.
Oh, I am. Purple orb.
We should have some more spawning soon.
Ooh, a purple one. Yes! More heavy blast.
I'm gonna actually go north because there's a thing up there that hasn't spawned yet.
Sure.
A player's left the party. Zeke!
What? I left the party?
You left the party.
I didn't even see that happen.
Did you just like zone in or out of the thing by any chance?
Yeah, I went through a torture chamber.
Are you still in the game?
Yeah, I'm in the game.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Can I get back in the party?
I don't know.
Oh, creator or joining a party is not available.
All right, well, as long as you're still here.
Yeah, I'm still in.
Yeah.
They might be under like a massive amount of players. I haven't looked at Steam to see how they're doing. Whoa, what is this?
Secret chamber discovered?
What?
Oh, we need 6 people here.
Where are you guys on the map?
Top north, top right.
Okay.
There's more.
Northwest.
We need one more.
Yep.
I'm trying. I'm in the top right. Okay. Here I am. Oh, God damn it!
Sorry, dude.
I was seriously like a millisecond behind that person.
That was really funny.
No, it wasn't.
Sorry.
That was not funny. I got kicked out of the game, and now I can't. I'm kicked out of the party. You guys kicked me out of the party on purpose, didn't you?
You couldn't write this. You couldn't script it, man.
I was like, hey, there's a spot for me. Who the fuck? Who are you? Get out of there! Great.
Dude, there's so many mobs in here. Oh my God.
There are a lot of mobs in here.
And it's really fun.
Luckily, we've got Ass Eater.
We
and
do.
he's really giving it to him.
he's very good. Yes.
Yeah, some might say he's.
No, they don't. No,
some would never say that.
No, would never say that. No, they wouldn't. Nope. Oh God! Oh God!
Uh-oh.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh God!
This is bad. This is real bad.
Oh Jesus!
Okay, we're good.
Dude, that was amazing. Oh my Lord! Complete a secret chamber. Nice.
Hell yeah!
You guys are dicks.
God, that was so
JP,
fun.
It was so much fun, dude. Thanks for sharing this
Holy, I
crazy
can't
fun
believe,
experience with me.
Man, we got insane items from that.
That was crazy.
You know what's really
so much.
unfortunate,
I hate you
though?
so much.
I didn't have any keys, so I couldn't open the final one.
Oh my
it's
God,
terrible.
I have 4.
Oh, it's too bad. Let's see the healing one.
So we need 6 more. We can go over here to the right.
I'm gonna follow JP. I would follow Zeke, but I want to follow the guy having fun.
Oh, guy right behind you. I'm having fun.
I mean, like a lot of fun, not just like, you know.
I am having an immense amount of fun. And I
don't even see you on my map anymore. Wait, did you go into a?
Do it. It's kind of crazy. Yeah,
it's pretty great. Did you go in here? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Let's go.
We're in the fun room.
We're in the fun house.
I got it. I made it in. You can't keep me out forever.
Hey, JP, did it just get a little bit less fun?
No, somehow it's like less fun.
Less fun. What happened?
I don't know what's going on.
I had such a better time in the last room. Why is this one so different?
Yeah, this is kind of strange.
Weird. Man, those little flying guys.
Yeah, they suck.
They will get you.
I'm not a fan of those guys.
Not a fan.
Ah, they just got me. He heard me.
Oh. You just came over and smacked it because you were talking bad about him. That's right.
I know, that's messed up. Classic bird guy.
Classic bird guy.
Ah!
Oh, big guy's up. Big boss guy.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't even scratch that guy.
Yeah, you need the Teamwork.
What does that take?
Need teamwork. Okay, okay.
Oh.
I gotta slow down. Come help me with it.
Coming over, coming over, coming over.
Oh,
I'm eating.
someone else was doing stuff. Okay,
I'm not eating it.
Oh, I got mine. I'm coming to help. Going to help.
They put fire on my thing.
Oh shoot.
There we go.
Now we do it. Go.
Go, press.
Down there. Let's go. Let's go.
There.
Yeah. No, wait, I got mine up.
And now it's my turn.
Okay.
What is that?
I don't know. What'd that do? That looks good.
Oh, it blinded him.
All right, now I'm gonna do mine. Let's do things. Things are happening. I can't do things.
Okay.
Do I have to hold shift? How do I do it? Oh, there we go.
Now it's point. Don't you? Oh.
What do I do? Oh. Oh, it's already dead. What did that do though?
Don't know.
It creates a peacock in the middle, and it's fun.
It's a swirly peacock.
It's festive.
I like swirly peacocks. I'm down with swirly peacocks. It's fine. Sure.
It's a turret code.
A turret.
Apparently.
Cool.
Hey, come outside. Let's heal.
Okay. I don't need a heal. I have a shield. How do you emote? How are you doing those emotes?
Right bumper. Or sorry, left bumper.
Thank you. Okay, cool. Okay, there's Co. I can't. You're not on my mini map anymore. My heads up display anymore. So you got to stay close to me. Don't you ever leave me.
I will hold you until the end.
Oh, full dust. Full dust. Thank you.
Oh, I need to as well.
We're two objectives, and they're in them both right now. So we shall be fighting Lucifer soon.
Where's the level up thing closest to us?
There's one right on me in the south.
If you have full dust, I think it puts the closest one on your heads up. I'm not sure.
Does it? Okay, it was cool. Very cool.
There's a chest over here to the left. Dude, I would say, having played this in multiple stages in early access development, that this is like the perfect game to show what early access can do.
Yes.
I was gonna say this feels really good. It's been smooth today. Outside of the only issue is the private session thing, and that just seems like a patch to fix that.
Yeah.
Love it.
Oh, that was
wow. That's some bones.
I have 400 bones. I'm gonna go heal over here. I'm healing in the south.
Dim bones. Coming to you, coming to you, coming to you.
I shall wait.
Go get on the other thing, the other horseshoe.
Oh, coming, coming, coming.
Wait, what's up there? What are you guys doing?
What did that do? What happened there?
I don't know. Someone's special ability, I think. Sometimes on the ground, like those like join your teammates thing will like start a little mini fight and open a chest or whatever. But that one just looked like that dude's ability, and he just wasted it like a dummy.
Whoops. It's like a big old dumb.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh shit.
God is pissed.
Again.
These are the hardest ones, I think. So all it takes is like one thing to just completely ruin your day. All right, we got to go to the Ascension battle. Just go over to the right.
Yep, there it is.
To the right.
We got 26 players left this time.
We here? Are we here?
Yeah, this is it.
Yep.
We just got
right in the star shape.
I just took 2 birds right to the face. This is just the worst day of my life.
We seem to have a pretty solid little group right now.
Oh my God, it's a big bird.
Oh God. We got some chunguses up.
Yeah.
Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, this is a little nutty. What? Uh-oh, he's pissed. He's pissed at me.
He's pissed at you, yeah. Bam. Beautiful.
Okay, great. Good job, everyone.
Yeah, good job, man.
More attack. And descend to Lucifer.
Hey, Thunder Lotus Game says, "Hey, how's y'all stream going, dude? It's fun. We're having a good time. This is fun. Yeah, man. Oh God, I need to ascend.
Wait a minute. What the hell? Oh, there's 2 ascensions. We're spectating. Oh my God! I was like, I'm in a fight. What's happening?
Is there a healer class in this? So there's not a straight up healer, no, but you can get abilities, or sorry, relics now that will drop health orbs for people.
Wait, there's only 3 people left on this one?
No, there's, unless you're watching one that I'm not watching. Oh yeah, those guys are having a tough time down there.
Oh, dude.
They look like gamers though, look at them.
Yep, look at that. Gaming. Look at that game.
They might just be one squad. I like a dot.
Okay, they're good.
Good job, everybody. Come on, A-Dad.
Look how wrecked that dude. Nice.
Nah, I think 24 people is enough to take on Lucy.
Oh man, this seems pretty cool. Look at these cool looking stones over here. I wonder what's gonna happen.
Definitely nothing bad.
If you're a new player, you can't descend back down to help players. Oh, really?
Oh, this is happening. I'm not hitting. I'm gonna have to be a lot closer this time.
Wristies.
Uh-oh.
One down.
There you go. Both wristies down.
Oh, we are burning him.
We're burning Lucifer, huh? I like it.
Wait, this is $10? That's it?
33% off today.
Wow, that's actually
It's a great deal. Dude, we just activated so many. This is crazy. Oh wait, here's mine. Did I do it? No, I didn't do it. Okay.
Oh, crystals.
Did we get them all?
I think so.
Get back on Lucy.
Okay.
How do I
Damn it.
trigger my? I'm trying. Oh, there we go. Someone hit. There it goes. There it goes. Someone hit me up. Hit me up. Hit me up. Oh wait. I think I put it down there. Did I put it down here? Oh, there. It's still good. Okay. I think we have to do it next to him next time.
Kill the ants. Oh wait, I'm sorry. It's bracelets. Ignore me. Oh, that's a terrible stack spot.
Oh, he's not even. Oh, fuck. What am I doing?
Dude, I can't. There it is.
Idiot.
There it is. There it is. There
Idiot.
it is. Okay. Someone pop it! Someone pop it! Get the bottom one, damn it! There we go.
Watch his eyes, they'll tell you where to go. Left. Mid.
Nothing that matters.
Beautiful. That was fun.
Let's go!
And you know what? That was significantly more fun with Zeke here. Good job, Zeke. That was great.
Thank you. I'm so glad.
It was. Awesome. Let's go.
All right, let's level up, and then we'll go to the second level and get our ass kicked.
Alrighty. Oh, I gotta get the shards. There we go. And let's go. No, I got kicked out of the party for some reason. I don't know why. It was something. I went into a chamber and then I came out of the chamber, and when I popped out, it was like, you led the party. Like,
oh, I had loot on the floor? Oh, I missed 2 purple bucks? Oh.
Oh no, not the purple bucks.
Let's see. PC once again. Crushing it.
Wow, you just ever realized that
and I did better than both of you guys.
Well, I mean,
we had a lot more fun though.
Yeah, like
Sons of a bitch.
So
Okay,
that's
now
cool, I guess.
I'm going to join the party again, right? You guys don't mind if I join the party again, right?
We do have a, we do have a sponsored segment, so you should probably join for that. So.
Damn it.
Yeah, I guess. Can you just join the party?
There we go.
There we
I'm
go.
in.
Perfect. Ooh, what is this? You start each run with plus 25 bones. I'll take it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Where do we go to upgrade our health and stuff?
Dante, I think, is
Dante.
Oh wait, no, the girl in the middle actually is.
Girl in the middle. Okay.
Oh, while your health is below 20%, you generate 1% HP every 5 seconds.
Yo, handy.
Not bad. Did we find out where we're supposed to use the gold?
So, the fate stuff is how you get more max health?
Yes, I believe.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, complete more major feats.
Crossbow of Pride 1 complete. Cool. You gain more energy
Staff
when hitting
upgrade.
monsters cast Feather Sentry.
Super slow energy
now
master.
fills over time.
Oh.
Cool.
Okay. You're welcome for the drops. I hope you guys are enjoying those drops.
Yeah, man. And thank you to the Des for giving us the keys to give away too. Super cool.
Level 3.
Ooh, I got 2 perk spots.
How did you get another perk spot?
By claiming my feats.
What?
But I only used my hands last round.
Oh,
So
Rebel
I'm level
Soul.
4. What level are y'all?
Oh, I didn't unlock 2 weapons. I gotta unlock 1 more
Hey,
weapon. Okay. Hooks of Gluttony, huh?
That's
of
like
course
a
they have
tank
7.
thing.
Are you gonna stay with the glaive?
Boomst. Are you speaking to?
The guy that has the glaive?
No, none of us have the glaive.
Didn't you have the glaive last round?
I bought it, and Chad was like, yeah, that's hard to use. So then I went and got the scepter.
Oh.
So now I'm a scepter lord.
Now you're a scepter user. I like it. Okay.
We have room in the party for 1, by the way.
Yeah,
BB7L, 7W.
I don't know where PC went.
Might have to go for the day.
Maybe.
I am all set here whenever you gentlemen are ready. Take your time.
Oh yeah, I need to get my second feet going.
Oh, yeah. Nice shroud. Got a cool new shroud.
I could jump back in if no one else joins. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, come ahead. Yeah, you go ahead, man. Absolutely. It's just fun. Crossbow looks fun. Crossbow's been fun. Yeah, I like crossbow. It's very quick.
Oh, if you notice, the game actually gives you 20% more purple crystals if you swap to certain kind of like
oh, Hades.
Hades, yeah, Hades did that. Yeah.
Well, they have a thirst mechanic. So this one's going right now. The Staff of Slaw.
Pretty cool.
Oh, and the glaive.
Oh yeah, we should have told Fly Me to the Moo that if they don't have the 1.0, we're going to Purgatory, and I don't know if you can go if you're just playing on the demo version.
Oh, I don't know.
Go.
Here, I'll kick him because he's having a hard time joining the party. I'm sorry, Fly Me to the Moon. Then we're gonna get a PC. And then we're going to New York. And then we're going to Florida. And then we're going.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying.
That was quite a reference.
Okay, I'll be ready. All ready up.
You'll ready up.
I hope I'm in.
We entered with 3, by the way, instead of 4.
I didn't change weapons. I didn't want to change weapons, but I unlocked one. I hope I didn't choose it. If you unlock one, do you automatically choose it or no?
You do.
We're gonna die a lot.
No, I didn't.
Okay. We only have 20 players this time around, by the way.
Unacceptable.
No, that's not because like people didn't join. That's because this one only has 20 players available.
Oh my God.
What is this man doing?
Killing us. Just expect the worst out of these guys every time. I'm just over here beating their ass.
You gotta balance your temperance so the damage is gonna be not great. Go.
Use your right click. Wait, what is my... Oh. Wait, what?
Is there any way to look at the weapon panel while you're getting around?
Is there any way? What? Sorry, I was figuring
look
out
at
the class.
No problem.
Full dust. Don't forget if you have full dust. Upgrade.
I do not.
Yeah.
Which apparently means I've been slacking. Oh, one of those things is right there. Oh, what the heck is this?
I want to say that these are like true to
cherubs,
Revelations. Yeah, to what angels are supposed to look like.
So Evangelion was right the whole time?
Yep.
Could be.
Fun.
Also, not a weed, by the way, Cope.
Yeah. No. I don't know.
Chest.
Oh, coming to you.
This class is unique in the sense that I have to reload my glaive.
I saw that mechanic too and was like, huh.
Everyone should reload their glaive from time to time. It's good.
It's just like his arms in Henry Cavill's fight scenes.
Yep.
And then he grows a beard.
Now and then. Yep.
I mean, I do 180 a hit, so I guess that's pretty good.
That is very good. Seems to be a huge amount.
There we go.
New perk. Visit Dante
chest.
in the dark woods to discover a new perk.
Yummy. Oh, full dust. God damn it.
You're full dust again already? Damn, sir.
Dude, I'm
slacking.
slaying.
You are slayins.
I'm gonna go level up real quick. This level really wants you beside your group. Okay. So stay coordinated. Unless we're Zeke.
What? I'm right with you. I'm with Co, I guess.
I'm with Zeke.
I know. I get it, but I'm never losing the party again.
Great. Oh.
How much time we got? 26 seconds till the chamber's open.
Awesome.
Pot over here.
Uh-oh.
God's mad. Okay.
Whew. That looks really cool.
It does. That's a lot of holy fire.
All right,
right next to us, right next to us, right next to us.
I can't buy a freaking key. Damn it. I'm just going in.
Nope,
I
I
don't
can't
have a key
either.
Damn.
Shit.
But can I go out? If I go out, can I come back in?
Don't know.
No, this is not an open door policy here, sir.
Oh, there is actually. I just went out, grabbed the key, and went back in. So yeah, look at that. I got a stampy stamp on my hand.
All right, who wants to slow these guys down? Come on over.
That's your job, Purple Ball Man.
Help me out. Bottom left, bottom left.
Coming down, coming down, coming down.
There we go.
Oh, mine's up too. Here, come over to me. Come over to me as soon as the purple
Save
goes
for a
down.
boss. Save for a boss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mine works great on mobs.
I will save mine for a boss. Okay.
Oh, rescue yellow souls. Oh, press right bumper over them. Damn, that's what. That's,
oh, this is new.
Yep. You got to remember there's goals on each one of these, and they're different. They're not just kill.
I had no idea. And I'm glad you said something, Zeke. Thanks.
That was
Damn.
Pete from my chat. Thanks, Pete.
Thanks, Pete.
There's one more. There, we got it. Okay. Now defeat remaining enemies.
All right, Cole, maybe there's a boss here in the center. If you could try to hit that
Oh, there
eye.
is. Okay, ready? Come right to me in the center. Oh, what is that? Right by me. Wait, why is it red? It's like
you have to like hold it down.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. It's up. It's up.
Oh god.
Turret time.
Hit it. Hit it. Somebody, please. Hit it, please. Okay.
No, it was in a thing.
Yeah, it was in a poo-poo spot.
Well, I'll just be a man and go in the spot and get it. Oh god, that guy's not happy with me. I did a lot of damage. Dang, dude, that was crazy.
Yeah, the specials, the co-ops are super strong.
Okay.
Nice.
Great, dude. That was awesome.
Music is killing too, dude. I love this organ shit. This is great. Damn it. No key this time. I had 17 of them last time.
17?
No, I was kidding. I was exaggerating. I had 5.
It's like, damn. I got a purple, dude. Hell yeah. I need to heal. Pop
Dude, that perk shield that I got is like putting in so much work.
Yeah, it's pretty strong.
Chest down here. Chest down south.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Stunning chest ahead.
Amazing chest. Tri-tongue butthole.
Damn it. Oh, I'm getting a little separated from you guys.
Stay with me. You be where I can see you.
I'm trying. I'm coming back. There we go. Still gotta get this.
I'm gonna go north and level up.
Okay.
Oh, yep. Full dust. Full dust. Full dust.
Yep. Big same.
Nearest thing is.
You were right. It puts on your head. You're absolutely right.
Oh, you were covering it.
I meant to. I was doing that on purpose.
You're a dick.
I am.
So we need to go clear some more temples. There's one to the north. I don't think any others have spawned yet.
You can use your teleport. Oh, no. They only have one spot. Do you guys know how to use your teleport stones?
No.
Left trigger, bring up map, and then right stick. Oh, to
cool. I see. Yeah.
Yep, to move up, and you can teleport to anyone.
Love it. Oh, anyone, not just our team.
Yeah.
Nice. Good to know.
Where are you going? You can't get away. There is no escape.
So we should get a new spawn. I think maybe in the south, this way. There's a thing that'll spawn. Yeah, it should spawn here in just a sec. As soon as they clear that one in the top left.
All right, looking good up here.
There.
Secret chamber discovered. So that's in the top right.
Oh shoot.
God's mad.
God's mad.
Oh wow, those are big freaking spears.
Oh my god, I just got destroyed, dude. I got bounced between two of them. Did like
okay. Oh, chamber's over here to the right.
Oof,
I'm rushing it now.
Big same. Me and Zeke are right behind you.
Okay, I'm entering.
Oh shit.
Zeke, where did? Oh,
Sorry.
Zeke,
sorry.
I
just went. Yeah, I took one wrong turn, but we're good. We're good. There's only 3. There's only 3. We're good. We're having fun.
We're good. We got it. We're still having fun. Still having fun. Almost ruined the entire session. It's okay though.
Oh, rescue the souls. Same thing.
Oh, if you don't step on those giant arrows in the center, also the purple stuff slows you.
Oh, jeez.
If you step on those giant arrows, it sends a fire wave across the screen.
I'm going to die, I think. Yeah.
Hey, I'll just bring some more guys over here, no problem.
Thanks.
Anybody want to slow him down?
I would love to. Oh.
Nope.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, he's like, get me in there. I'm gonna go.
I'll kill him. I'll kill them all.
Are you losing your voice? Oh god. Oh god. Oh
whoops,
god.
Flames.
We need 3 more souls rescued. I don't know where they're at.
There's one.
There's one. Okay, we got it. Now we can kill everything.
Great.
Boss
up, boss up. I got my, okay, I'm gonna put my thing up in the center. Center top. If someone can come up center top and help me. Here we go. I'm gonna put it down in just a sec. I'm almost dead, so. All right, going in. Now, center top. Oh, no, too high. Oh my god, there's a...
I'm trying to get the shield from this guy. There, that'll help me, Cope.
Okay, put mine down. Go. Right at me. Yes!
Yours only requires 2 people.
It does, nice. And it's really good. Look how much damage it's doing to the boss. Oh, it's healing it. Never mind.
Well, I don't know what.
The boss to full.
Yeah, what just happened?
Never mind. It's the worst ult in the entire world.
I don't know. I think the other boss healed him. The other boss is a healer.
Oh, yeah, it looks like it. Yep. Heavy attacks for the armor.
Oh, that's terrible. Okay.
Ah, you prick.
All right, we're through. Let's burn him down. Oh shoot, he's coming for me. He's coming. We're helping.
Almost dead. Okay, we got
it.
The healer's gone.
Beautiful.
Oh, right into it.
I don't know what my special does. Should I just use it on this guy?
Just do it. Absolutely.
Did he give you a buff?
It's just, it's put him on fire.
More damage. Yeah, I think the enemy's on fire.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see the 6s popping out of it. 6.
Yep. That seems very strong. Good job.
JP's ult is a buff that gives you double attacks.
That's
wow,
what I saw.
okay.
Awesome. It's like my dirge skill from EQ2. I love it. Ooh, heavy attacks have a 20% crit rate. Yeah, I'll take that. That sounds good.
Oh, I don't have enough for a goddamn key. I'm one thing
I'll throw a heal.
Nice. Oh, yeah, I need some heals, please.
I'll
heal you
you
already.
I got you.
Thank you very much.
I don't know why I did that, but whatever.
Okay, there's one to the far right.
Yep.
Oh, I need to.
I'm gonna go over there now. I'm also gonna use this level up.
Same.
Dust!
There's a
Thank you.
cauldron right here.
Where are you guys?
Kind of right next to you.
Cool.
Yeah, we're going to the Vale of Glazes.
Yeah, I guess we should just book it over there. Yeah, we're no longer fighting, Co. We're just running.
Okay.
Although, should we get this chest, Zeke?
You want to? Okay.
Yeah. There's only 12 people left.
Oh, really? Shit. Okay.
Yeah, so let's kill all these guys and we'll go there.
Okay. Boom.
Okay. Now I can get a key, and now I can go to that place. Frost, what is this? These horseshoe, like, symbol. What is that? It's a special thing, but what does it do?
It's for your horse.
Random effect? Okay. Oh, random. And sometimes it's just bombs.
Oh, God bombs. Cool. That's rude. I think, you know what? Zeke, I think your buddy knew that before he told you.
Maybe. He can be a dick.
We should go to the other one first.
Sometimes you get dust, sometimes you get healing. Okay.
No one's listening. Zeke's going in the wrong one.
What?
I'm going to the one up north because there's only 2 people in it.
Okay.
I'm gonna help them out. And it's closed. Okay, so those guys are just screws. I didn't realize that. Huh. I thought you could always enter. Well then, do we want to enter this or do we want to chill?
Let's go.
Because it's only going to be us 3. There's no one else on the map.
There's someone else in here though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's 4 of us. It's just defeat all enemies too.
Holy.
What's up?
There's so many mobs here.
There are a lot of mobs right now. Yes. Okay, my ult is up. We go to the top center and try to pound it, okay? Can someone come up with me? JP, right?
Yeah, I'm up
ready?
here with you.
Right here. Right here, right above me. Yeah! Nice, dude. Beautiful. Dude, that is wrecking!
Go get that shield.
Got it.
All right, I got a slowdown ready. Right side.
Can you put it right here in the top center?
Yep.
I got it.
There we go. Beauty. Nice.
What a beautiful spot. There we go.
Yep, and they cannot move.
Boss. Ow.
He's not nice.
Two bosses. This is the last one. Let me come down here and try to get some healing in.
Someone else just joined in here, so we got 5 now.
I busted through the shield of one of the bosses.
Okay, bouncy bitch.
What is happening?
My shield is gone, damn it.
I'm trying to kill all the little eyeballs.
I'm just trying to do as much damage as I can before I die. I'm going to die any second. Oh, God.
It's just the 2 bosses that left. I'm breaking this guy's armor. Oh, we need to resurrect this guy. All three of us just huddled
Oh,
around.
yeah, let's go. Protected our boyo.
Armor break. Let's go.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Ah!
Jesus.
Oh shit. Oh my god. I'm sorry, there's fire coming this way. Oh!
It's okay. We're all just
There,
doing what
one
we can
down.
at this point.
One's down, it's just this guy now.
Great.
Nice.
Got it. Okay, good. Dead.
Good fight, man.
So there's only 6 people left total in the entire
Oh, really?
game.
Oh, and we were like 4 of them?
Yeah, I guess
Yeesh.
the other people died.
This is fine, right? This is fine.
Oh, God.
No! Oh, this is not fine. Oh, God.
I'm leaving.
Oh! Get out of here, go! Get out of this! I want to give this last item!
I want it too! It's purple! Okay.
Ascension battles.
Light
All right.
attacks have a 40% crit
Come out the
chance.
door and stand by
Gotta
the
get out of
skulls. Get heals.
I'm out.
Heal! It's sold out.
Those stupid ass.
Okay, we gotta go to the Ascension to the left, We gotta go. We're gonna die to the
Left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Okay, we're coming.
Oh, I need to level up. Shit.
Me too. There's one on the way.
Okay, I leveled up.
Following Zeke. Zeke, where the hell are you going? Oh, that's where you're going.
Yeah. I took one in the shorts just to get that level. Oh God, no!
I shouldn't have followed Zeke.
No! We're fine. We're fine. I'm fine. I'm in. Are you in? Did you die?
Dude, I died.
Are
Yeah.
you dead, or can you come in here and get res?
I'm gonna try to come in and get res. I have 20 seconds. I'm coming up. I'm coming up. I'm coming up.
Come to the north. North of the circle. North of the circle. There you go, bud. I got you.
Thanks, bud. Oh yeah, let's go.
Okay, we're halfway there.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's so many mobs. If you have a special, let's probably use it.
Okay, look, coming right at the top, right at the top, right at the top. Help, brother out. Help me. There we go. My man. Ask and ye shall receive.
There we go. Get him.
Monster up.
Holy.
Oh my God. That you have to. Okay, you have to dash through that shit. Apparently. Oh, I am inked. He inked me.
I'm dead.
Frick. I'm freaking dead. Frick.
Frickety frick.
It's just 3 people left.
Zeke, up to me, Zeke. Oh God. Okay, I'm dead.
2 people left.
Your rebellion has failed.
Do it. The dude he was trying to resurrect moved away.
I got up.
Nice.
Oh my God, there's so much.
I believe in you, JP.
Oh, what the hell?
Yes, you have to dash through that fucking thing. That attack
Oh my
sucks.
God, my dad sucked all down. I think we all died.
Did we win?
Dude, I The second level's still brutal as hell.
We did. Great job. Good job. That was great. We're all dead.
Jesus.
All right. They tried. They
Guys,
really
that was
tried.
fun.
I saw you try.
Yeah, this game's a ton of fun.
That was really fun.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize. It can't.
My eyes hurt.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because I'm just like, I have to keep my eyes open the entire time.
What was y'all's total damage there? If you hit right trigger, it shows your stats in the bottom right-hand corner. You see it?
Total damage, 238,000.
Dang, you completely eclipsed me.
Yeah, no, I got
I was at
64.
I'm a much more serious gamer at the end of the day.
I did
Makes sense.
167. The pole arm is tough.
The crossbow is amazing. It's the crossbow, the gameplay on the crossbow, it's super easy to keep max damage up, which the other weapons I found a little bit like
125,000.
I kept forgetting to recall my my bows or my arrows on the bow, and but the crossbow is just like max damage all the time. You just build it up, mow them down pretty much. Nice and easy.
I had 308 kills. You had 237, but you did so much more damage.
I had 264 kills and 125,000 damage.
Oh.
Nice.
I was stealing somebody else's credit who did worse than me. I don't see the point of that.
You love to see it.
No.
What did I unlock?
I feel like I haven't been breathing normally, so I'm like, I got to this hub area and I was like, okay, I'm breathing again.
Cool. Ooh, close. 20 away from my next level. Right on. JP and Zeke are stealing all my kills. I know. That's definitely what happened. That is definitely what happened. You guys playing another round or going off to do other things?
I gotta go. I have an appointment here in like 30 minutes that I gotta get to, or 20 minutes.
All right, done. Well, thanks for the fun, dudes. That was great. And thank you again to Thunder Lotus for sponsoring this stream. If you want more information on 33 Immortals, check out the pin command at the top of our chats. There are all sorts of great links in there that you can link, or you can just go to the !33 Immortals command, and that'll take you there. So thank you to Thunder Lotus. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That was really fun.
It was a ton of fun. All right, we'll see you guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah. JP, I think I will be here for drop frames on Sunday. I think I'm gonna leave Sunday morning, so I should be home as of now for drop frames.
Okay, cool. I told you guys in the drop frames chat, but I haven't said it yet publicly. So since I'm on everyone's channel, Rami will be here on Sunday. So.
Yay!
Yay! That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Show. All right, we'll see you guys. Have a good one. Bye.
See y'all. Alrighty, there it is. Yep, we're gonna have Rami on. Old Rami Ismail is gonna be on our chat on Sunday for drop frames. Should be fun. Yeah, once again, thank you to Thunder Lotus for sponsoring today's stream. 33 Immortals is available now in 1.0, and it's a great time to jump in because it's just in 1.0. There's plenty of people playing, so you're guaranteed to have a big old party. Let me see what. Oh, it's the bestiary. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, cool. Very cool. And it's on sale. Absolutely. All right. That is going to do it for that today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope you guys had a good time. That was a blast, dude. That was really fun to play co-op with that. Yep, 33 Immortals. It is, how much is it? $10, dude. That's, I mean, honestly, that's a great price. No bullshit. That's a good price. Did I never send this? I never said that. Oopsies, I never sent the stupid thing. Yep. Professional. We'll leave it. Yeah, we'll just pretend. Let's just pretend. Okay. He's a big dumb animal, isn't he, folks? Absolutely a big dumb animal. You know what? I'm just going to keep this up then. I'm just going to keep this up all day. And I hope you guys click that link for me. I would appreciate it. Watch for purple and white cape. Oh, the drops, right. Did you guys get all your drops? I hope you guys got all your drops. That's cool. 21,000 people watching this. This is great. All right. We're going to head back to the 7th guest because we're almost done with it, dude. The 7th guest remake. We finish this. Okay. Perfect. All right. No one uses X anyways. Well, I have X and Blue Sky that I neglected to post to, but I told everybody that I was doing a sponsor stream today, so everybody that was gonna be here is here. I probably missed out on probably like 10 people, I'd imagine. Fario, thank you for the 105 months. 6 Pete Under, thank you for gifting a sub to Frostitution. Oh, be quiet with 19. Vincent giving a sub to Google D's Nuts. And Pengumancer with 14. I think I already said that. Oh my God. So Scott imparted some wisdom to me just now. If you want to hear it. Now that the sponsor's over, I really do hope Texas is growing on you. Something my grandma used to say might help you out and help put things in perspective. Never try anal when you're sick, unless you want that diarrhea dick. So yeah. Okay, let's go. Who's else playing this? Oh, Vendita's playing it. That's fun. All right, I don't think we have much left of this. I think we can finish it today before we call it. We got 4 hours. Yeah, we'll finish this. I'd love to do like a complete run and get all the stuff. Yeah, we're 75% done. Let's go.
Back for more.
Depending on if I get stuck on a puzzle or something. But we're doing pretty good. Like, we got all the bottom floor. The first floor is all done. Cleaned up everything there. And then, yep. Second floor.
Baby, I can beat to again from a draw down the bed. Ooh, more I get it to the bed and the seat. Yeah. Now that your boat is in doom, a light hits the goo on my face.
The light hits the goo on my face. Yeah, it's good. Okie dokie. So we got the second floor. Thank you, Goody, for that. What else we got? We just got the upstairs now. The landing, the crawl space, and Stauf's bedroom. Maybe we won't finish it. Oh, there's the stabby. Yeah, she had the letter opener, and she dropped it. And he is, look at him. Dude is on fire. He is pissed. You like my majestic singing voice? Oh no. No, our dude is, oh, we cleaned up. Damn it. We can't do the thing anymore because we cleaned the second floor is already all done. So no more 5-finger, oh no. Not that way. That's the game room. Upstairs. There we go. To the attic.
Oh, Mr. Stauf.
Oh, we got to do this. There. Turn it on. Okay, so this is just showing where all the murders happen, huh? Oh, coin. Yep. Okay. Oh, that, okay. Is everything open? Seventh Guest VR game making of has some cool behind the scenes images. Okay. Let's open that up then. And we'll watch it afterwards. If it's not too long. Okay, Neo. Yeah, we'll take a look. I thought it was a video. Okay, everything's turned on.
Whoop whoop.
Oh, this is open now. Oh, good. Okay. Stop it. Stop it. Give me this. No. Oh, I put him. Okay, I put him where the murder happens. Okay, so where did Knox got stabbed, right? Where did he get stabbed? I got my balls in my butthole again. I glued my balls to my butthole again. Ari the Awesome One, thank you for the 90 months. He even said images. Yeah, I don't pay attention. Okay, so that's correct. Wait, she's still alive. She fell down the stairs. So she's at the bottom of the stairs, wherever that is. There she is. Right there. There you go. Oh, no. She got killed. Yeah. Eleanor Knox got killed. Where did she get killed? And how did she die? She wasn't with the showdown with the gun. She got stabbed. Oh, she got stabbed in the basement, didn't she? Like in the cellar. Yeah. This kid. Yeah, he's up there with what's her face? Her. Are we missing one? Oh, we are missing one. Shit. Shit. There we go. There. And Mustache got stabbed. There we go.
Thank you.
Damn you!
Damn you! I love that Henry Stauff talks like Stewie from Family Guy. Except with a little more panache. Wonder World Toys and Puzzles. I can't read it. Original hand-carved Stauff doll. Each doll is unique. No two are alike. Yeah, I don't want to read that. There's gotta be a coin. Aha! Nope, not the bucket. Alright, how are we doing on those coins? 13 left. Yeah, we've missed some, for sure. Well, that doesn't help. Damn it. Okay, so the crawl space is fine, landing. So now we gotta go to the chapel and we're gonna get fucked, damn it. Oh, coin. There we go.
Round and round in circles every night. And every night you become weaker.
Poor Tad. Poor little urchin. We can give you what you want. What you want.
What does Tad the little urchin even want? Oh, there we go.
Toymaker, here are commands. The sacrifice. The ritual. Bring him to us. The boy is the key. Their fate has been sealed. You will get your wish.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of weird whispers going around on Twitch. Don't answer them. Just block and move on. Yo, Stryer gifting a sub to Dwayne the Cuck Johnson. If you smell the chair I'm sitting in.
Another puzzle? Oh, I don't have time for this.
Ah, okay. So it's an eye in the middle with little tentacles around it. Okay. Okay. Peek is at the top. Alrighty. Just like that. Bingo. Damn it. Easy peasy.
Now I can go in. Oh, Mr. Stauf!
Please, not in there! There's something terrible on the other side!
Listen, when you get to my age, the other side is all you think about. Get in, you little brat.
Oh.
When we go through these doors, there's no turning back. Do you have everything you need?
No! I'm not done yet! The ritual room. Okay, so we gotta get Stauf's bedroom first. No!
Let us in, Tad. You're the key. Open our realm. Open our realm.
What'd you do?
My dear young one, welcome to my house. I hope you like my little party. After all, you're its most important guest. Even though we have never met, we have something very special in common. We are both meant for greater things. Tonight,
Adilac 58, thank you, Adilac.
very special indeed. After tonight, nothing will be the same again.
Nothing.
Our final game is about to begin. Your friend, Henry. The guests behave like little marionettes. Everything is going to plan. In all these years, the voices never wronged me yet. They know what's going to happen. The realm will open. Then I'll have my revenge on everyone who crossed me. But I need the blood of the boy. One last soul.
The 13th ghost.
And he's already here. Be patient, Henry. Be patient. It'll all be over soon.
Oh, key or coin.
They never knew what Stauf had planned for them. Too greedy to notice.
Heinrich von Staufelberg. Oh, it's a baby picture of Stauf. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Last
After years
Maybe
of
last
silence, 6
story.
people from Harley suddenly received an invitation to a party at the Stouff Mansion. Upstanding citizens who never took notice of that once lonely beggar. But now he would have their full attention. Now he would get his wish. Revenge.
Oh, Stouff was married. Nope. Okay, that stays in here. Oh, there's nothing. There's no puzzle to solve in Stouff's bedroom. God, he slept in a bed of dolls. What a fucking creep. Oh, we got all the Stouff Chronicles. We're missing 9 coins and 2 rooms. 2 rooms? Well, I know there's the ritual room. Is there one after that? There has to be, right? The foyer is clean. It's got that blue haze around it. See, the foyer is clean. Looks good. Like, everything has a blue haze around it except for the stairwell. I don't know if that means anything. And this stairwell. But I don't know if those actually are solvable. Well, you see, this one is. And of course, they gave you the point of no return dialogue. Like, beyond this point, thou shalt not return. What's the link to tip? Are you on mobile? Because if you scroll down, you'll see there's a banner you can click on. I think, hold on. Do we have one for that? Nope. I guess we don't. Is that it? Thank you. There you go. Yep, there it is. Yeah, stairs are good. Yeah. Baby, I can beat you again from a draw down. Thank you, Butane. Ooh, more I get it, you the better to see the yeah. Now that your boat is in doom, a light hits the goo on my face. Now that your boat is in doom, the light hits the goo on my face. Well, shit. I don't know what else to do. I mean, I could go search around for gold coins, but that's just a hunt. I don't have like anything that helps me with that. So it's just looking in every pot, picking up every book. Or getting a guide, and just going 1 through 50. Seems excessive. Alright, you guys ready to finish this? You're in a haunted house and the ghost breaks out, the OG moans and rattling chains, no reaction. I hear the $5 tip break out, and in an abandoned house, I'm shitting my pants. Yeah. There was something on the bookshelf in Stouff's bedroom. Okay. There was this. We looked at that. Right hand side, top shelf. Oh, I can't jump either, so I don't think that's anything. No. You saw it right after the cutscene played? Oh, okay. Yeah, I left the pin message up just in case anybody wants to click the link. Just, you know, just cuz. Because coins can be hidden underneath stuff too, and that's the real bitch of it. Is it a tracking link? Yeah. And there are 9 of them, so I don't think I'm gonna go through every single room. Oh, and drawers too. Yeah. That's the real bitch. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care enough. I just want more puzzles. And there's 2 more rooms to finish. He is on fire. He is not happy. Can you explain what is the idea here? What do you mean? What's the big idea? Like, I don't know, like with the game? Like the plot of the game? Stouff invited a bunch of people over to his mansion to get revenge and to open a portal to another world. And he needed a boy's blood to do that. And the boy was the 7th guest to open the seal to the other dimension, whatever it's called. And
all this has happened before.
Yep.
I couldn't confront the toy maker. I panicked and the other children pulled me away to a place outside of time. But even there, time runs out.
Stouff is an anagram of Faust. Oh, he made a Faustian deal with the devil, right? It's also a reference to the famous toy maker Stife. Oh, really? I didn't know that part. The Faust thing I knew. That's neat. It's a puzzle game, yes. Yep, it is just a puzzle game. It's a puzzle game with FMV and story elements. But at its core, if you want to ignore all the story, you can just do all the puzzles. Yes.
That's a doll of me? Let's fix my doll.
Okay.
We might be able to stop this horrible curse. Now, where's that nose?
Oh, that's missing something. Yo, Classic Katie with the raid. What up, baby? How was your Elden Ringing? If you did that today. I'm not sure if you did or not. Oh, Max and Beth's car died, so you're gonna jump them? Oh, that sucks. Well, you got your Jeep back, so good. Do you have jumper cables, or do they? I hope they do, because I think, you know what? I think I have jumper cables in my truck if you need it. The Elden Ring has rung, and she needs to go rescue a car. Okay. You beat 3 bosses today? Jesus Christ, you're just tearing through that game. What the fuck do you think that means? Broken face mad at fixed face. Elden Ring is metal, man. It's a great game. Oh, I had to shine it on there long enough for it to... Jeez, oh, mizo. Oh, move sword with this. There we go. There's a nose. Oh, and Katie said you guys like my wife's air fryer chicken instructions. It was delicious, Nicodemus. It was really good. Yeah, that was some crispy ass butt meat.
Great, my nose is back, but my face, it's still a mess. Can you push all the pieces in?
Sure.
You did it. Only together can we stop him.
Okay.
And we must stop him now.
Now. Butterfly. Butterfly, fix room.
Mr. Stauf, I have your boy.
He's on the ground for some reason.
Shall I tell you my wish?
Your wish, but of course.
I wish to be young again, to know everything that I know now, but without the wrinkles and the backaches. I could just start over. Things would be so different.
It has to be your wish.
She's a baby. Turn her into an infant. Please turn her into a helpless infant. Oh.
Perfect. No! This is too much.
It is.
Change me back.
That's exactly what's happening.
Youth is wasted up here. But here you are. We've been waiting for you for such a long time.
Are you really the toy maker?
I was. But with their help, I've become so much more. And so
I need the electric lamp cabinets.
okay.
No! Let me go! I want to go home!
That's not how I run my business. I settle things the old-fashioned way. Winner takes all.
Winner takes all.
Okay, there we go.
It's so cold here. So empty. This is where they live.
One last
The
puzzle.
whispers, the voices. And
What
they're
did you do?
hungry. They want to
My
know
shorts are
home.
green screened.
Oh.
So they are part of your game.
I'm wondering what the hell is going on. Okay. You want to... Okay, let's see. My jumper cables. Do they not have any? Okay. Well, I would text them and find out. But I think mine are in my truck, in the back seat, bottom. Maybe,
Bag.
maybe under the seat, or but maybe under the tarp that we use for the dogs. If not, I think that red kit, that roadside kit, will have jumper cables in it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. If you don't find it, let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
Save them.
Okay. You know what? Let me take a break. I'm gonna go help her find some jumper cables and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Meliorated, or Dr. Claw, thank you for giving a sub to Meliorated. Welcome back, Mel. And yeah, I'm gonna go find some jumper cables and I'll be right back. So stick around. Alrighty. We got the jumper cables. We're all good. Let's go. Oh, I guess we turn this down. Okay. One last puzzle, it looks like. Rooms completed. Still 15 of 17. I wonder if there's 2 rooms in here.
That pool feels really bad. Be careful.
Okay, I will. I will be very careful. I can't even jump in. I want to try to jump in, but they won't even let me. And I don't have my lantern either. Have I ever been whipped? No. Outside of a towel whip? No.
We're not in the house anymore.
I've definitely had some really fucking gnarly towel whips, though. Like, really painful ones.
There's something up there. Let's see.
You got brie with one once? I was at a bar. I worked at a bar and I got the cocktail waitress with one, and it was way too good. And she immediately was like, she looked back at me.
Children, I can feel them.
And there was tears in her eyes.
Trapped.
My controller's on, and it's vibrating. One of my older cousins did that with towel every time, and it was terrifying. Oh, God. Towel whips are terrible.
His final game has not begun yet.
Okay.
We need to start it.
Okay. My go-to safety word. Avocado. It's hard to mistake avocado for another word. Well, at least another word in English.
Welcome to my greatest game. Would you like to know how it's played? Oh, I'm sure you'll figure it out soon enough.
Okay. So I will roll the dice. Check candles. Oh, okay.
Let me show you how it's done.
You can't stop us. Not anymore. You rolled a 1. That can sometimes be a good thing. On a 1, you can skip a ring, if you're on the right symbol.
There we go.
What are you doing?
I skipped a ring. Bitch.
Avoid those voices at all cost.
Okay.
I'm going to take a nap. Let me know when you have a clue.
Yeah. So I just got to get to the center then, uh-huh. Oh, damn it!
Another turn. Don't mind.
Why did I get another turn? Oh, maybe I did.
It should be safe from the toy maker there.
Oh, okay.
Curses! Are they supposed to be on my side? Let's save some time here.
It should be safe from the toy maker there.
Let me show you how it's done.
So if I get a 2, I get 1 to the middle, right? Or not?
The never-ending night will end.
Your turn, Professor.
That should put it out of the reach of the toy maker.
That soul is ours now.
Okay. Oh, so I don't need to get it exactly.
Woo! Great. That's 1 soul saved. We need to save 2 more.
He gets to skip? Oh, he's not even the OI? That's my character. Right, okay.
Good try, but back you go.
Oh, he switched spots? What the fuck? My candles are almost out?
Well done, Professor.
We will rule again.
I don't understand the point of the candles.
Nothing can touch this one now.
All our candles are out. I don't know what that means. Don't worry too much about the candles? Okay.
We get another turn.
Hooray! Oh, he can't go because the guy's on his space. Okay. Fuck off.
Well done, Professor.
Great, an extra roll.
A shortcut. How convenient.
Oh, anyone can go Alrighty, okay.
Well done, Professor. Now it's my turn.
We feel your fear.
Now we should be safe. For now.
There you go. Eat
That
him up.
wasn't part of the deal.
Eat him up.
Nothing can touch this one now. Your turn, Professor. Now it's my turn. Well done, Professor. What luck. I can go again.
I don't understand that. There you go. All the way to the goal. There we go.
Excellent. Just one more soul to go.
Oh, that's how many times you can roll a certain amount before they reset. So if you have like candle left on 3, you'll only roll 3, and on another you'll only roll 3s. I kind of get it now.
We get another turn.
What luck!
Good. It's protected.
Zeke, be honest. You went for the nuts with your towel, huh? Oh no, I never will go for the nuts, man. I didn't want
Nothing
like
can touch this one.
because it's you know, turnabout is fair play kind of a thing. I didn't want anyone going for my nuts, so I didn't go for anyone else's. Give me a 1.
One is safe.
1.
Your move.
There you go. Why can't? Oh, he can't move down? Okay. Must not be on the right square to move down.
Good. It's protected.
Yeah, once you go ball sack, there's no going back. You're in the ball sack game forever.
It saves.
See, he went down. Why did I go down?
We get another turn.
Oh, there's special arrow downs. I see them now. Okay. I didn't see those before.
Curses!
Eat that
Are you
bitch.
supposed to be on my side?
Eat that bitch.
Well done, Professor. Yes.
Yes.
That little
Yes.
belongs to us now. Let me show you how it's done.
God damn it. If we go through all this and he ends up fucking winning. What a bitch. Yeah, we solved the coffin puzzle. For fuck's sake, we solved it. I did it a long time ago.
We get to roll again.
We do.
Bring us into your world.
So, oh, wait. There we go.
You are wandering round like a headless chicken. Your body, come to think of it. Nothing can touch this one now. Your turn, Professor.
Yep, go past the guy. There we go. We got this. We got this. No, I have to get 4 of them. So, like, the big rolls I'm giving to this guy, to the other guy. Because we have to get 4 total. Okay, we'll let him in.
How can this be?
Oh, 3 total. Fuck, not 4 total. Jeez, I could have won a long time ago.
One thing left to do.
What a dipshit. I was just playing for the love of the game, I guess. Of 17 still.
The portal must be opened. You failed us, Toymaker.
No. This can't be. They told me what to do.
Henry Stout, your spell has been broken.
No! They told me what to do.
Oh, goddamn! Oh, dude, those guys fucked him up.
Join us! Join us!
Okay. Do you have the green screen? Why not give us actors
We are both him.
an actor's reel for the next
It's
installment of this
okay,
game?
we're free now. Now and forever.
Yeah, Scott. Scott is right. Good idea, Scott.
With the
Man.
children's souls set free, the raging voices turned silent once more. The house remained hungry as ever. As for the Toymaker, he seemed to have vanished. But real boogeymen rarely disappear for good.
There we go. Lightning Destra at it. Now, what the fuck? Where are the 2 rooms I missed? You gotta be kidding me. Where are the 2 rooms that I missed? Did you finish the storage room? I thought I did. It had a blue glow around it. Fail, unfollowed. No, not every room has a butterfly, because butterflies only happen in certain rooms, I thought. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, the ritual room and the board game are 2 separate rooms? Okay. Maybe I got it then. We'll see. Hold on. I can probably check right here.
Welcome to my...
Oh, I pressed the key to skip.
Portal must be opened.
Oh.
You failed us, Toymaker.
No, this can't be.
Oh, there it is. 17 of 17. Okay,
They
we're good.
told me
We're
what
good.
to do.
And we got the South Chronicles. We just missed 9 coins. So we got all the things.
They told me what to
So
do.
the last puzzle was not a puzzle at all. It was
a familiar
Oh,
fact.
also you can't go back.
Play.
You can't go back. And oh, what did I say? Did I not say board game? Yeah, the last puzzle was a board game. You can't go back like they said, but like if you missed, I missed 9 coins and I'm gonna be, yeah. I'm gonna be out those 9 coins unless I start a new game. Yeah, it is a bummer. Yeah, I think they should definitely have a save that loads you outside of the point of no return. But yeah, great job on the remake though. Holy fuck, what a good job. It's exactly what a remake should be. It felt like the original. It had a lot of the same jokes. It had, you know, updated graphics and UI and movement and all that shit. New puzzles. But wow, yeah, excellent job. And also, Mad Queen, who are you? Who are you, Mad Queen? Or maybe not, you know, we don't have to have your name. But like, what department were you on? I know you designed rooms. Puzzle designers. Okay, cool. Cool. You didn't design the coffin puzzle, did you? Because if you did, we're not friends anymore. Just letting you know. Good. Okay, good. Okay, sounds good. Is this an original song? Bam. It is nice. Very cool. I just want more puzzles, man. I realize, like, it's a big ass, but man, I just wish there was like 7 more rooms so I could do all the puzzles in those rooms. Yeah, the Tex Murphy Under a Killing Mood remake Kickstarter, I did see that. Yeah, always wondered how you start designing a puzzle. Do you start with a solution and incrementally make it further and further away? Yeah. It is a joy though. Okay, good. I wasn't sure how some, like, because I know there are some sponsors that are like, please don't finish the game on stream. Like, you can, well, can you wait a little while before you like finish the game and stuff like that? But I'm glad you're here and you enjoyed yourself. No, I'd love to see that Tex Murphy remake. I'd love to see the 11th Hour remake. That'd be awesome. I really hope this does well. I really do. It's a lot of fun, and I love the 3D of it all. The 3D, like, I know it was made for VR, and that's kind of like, you know, what necessitated it, the 3D imaging of the. But I hope more of FMV games or games with FMV elements like this. I hope they do that. I hope they take a cue from that, like, see how cool it is to like watch a scene but be able to like go all the way around it. That's fucking awesome. Phantasmagoria remake? Oh shit. How about a Harvester remake? Oh. Get Troma in on it, man. I bet they'd jump on it. I don't think, like, what other FMVs would be, you know, maybe not a remake, but like a sequel to like Toonstruck or something like that. A Harvester sequel? Oh shit. Yeah, maybe don't bring the original cast back for that one. Yeah. I love that. It sounds like the old game, like with all the MIDI sound effects and shit like that. It's great. All right, let's see. How did we do on the Chivos? 23 of 28. What did we miss? We missed. Oh, you can kill roaches in the game? I didn't know that. Took out 7 of staff's souls in a final battle using one of your own? Oh, in the board game thing. Okay. Listen to all of Stauf's records. Oh, I missed them. Oh, that's sad. I thought I got them all. Picked up all the photographs of Stauf and his guests. Okay. I know those ones. And then pick up all the Stauf coins. Yep. So I missed a few, but got all the main ones. And everyone for himself or herself. Solved all puzzles without using the auto solve. Bing. Yeah. We also have this. The 7th guest VR game making up. Oh, so you did get them all together for at least one picture. That's nice. This green guy. This green man hanging out in the background. He's having fun. You ever play Bad Mojo? Yeah, I did. That game was a fucking weirdo one. Yeah, I played Bad Mojo with the cockroaches and shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that studio. That is so cool. That's neat. That's neat little behind the scenes for that. Interesting fact, during the final battle, Stauf has 7 different moves he can take. Really? Well, I guess I just got lucky then. All right, let's watch Last Week in Zeke. Because it is last week, Wednesday. We're going to check out the newest highlight video that Scott has made. Let's see. And it is... Agree! Wait a minute. Oh my God, this one. Oh, fuck. This was fun. This was fun. All right, let's see. Let's go here. Check out the new Last Week in Zeke. Agree. Congrats on completing the game, by the way, Zeke. Thank you. Thank you, Mad Queen. Thank you for joining us. That's very cool of you. I'm glad. Tell anyone you can that's on your team or whatever. Tell them it's a great game. And I hope you guys get the opportunity to do more remaking of classic old CD-ROM FMV games, because that shit was awesome.
Here we go. Can you play this game?
Here we go.
To play the thrilling action game, you must agree to all 12 terms and conditions.
Pass it along.
Terms of service. You can play the game after agreeing to all the terms of service. Article 1, user attitudes. Oh, these are the 12 terms of service that we have to agree to. Okay. I agree.
you grease? Damn it. Buttons content is meaningless. Oh, okay, so you can reset it. A gird! Damn it, a gird! No, I pressed it! Ah! I don't want aggers! This game is ass! No! Ah! This one is terrible. Ha! 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 Fuck you! Ha! Yeah. I hit it. Wait, you can watch me hit the thing. See, I hit the button. Watch it. It doesn't count it because it doesn't register the click. It registers the release. And if you release while your thing's not on there, it doesn't count it. And that is fucking bullshit. Get it. Go get it. Go get it, buddy. You can get it. Go get it. There you
Over here,
go.
little
Real,
fucker.
gotta sneak up on it real slow. Oh, now we're back on addiction. All right. Oh, pretty sneaky, sis. It went through my thing. Look at this. It went through the paddle. You fucking see that? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Jeez. Yep, they're both disagree, buddy. I went up here to try and click on
Now
this.
this one.
Disagree. Still don't know what this one is. I can't move the window. I can't click on agree up here. Oh, okay. I can't move the window, but I can move this inside the window. That's sneaky. Yeah, a lot of these are great. They're real sneaky and fun. Again. I clicked on it 3 times. You saw it like flash. What the fuck? You saw it flash? I clicked on it. Fuck you. my God. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, they disappear after a while? Yeah, man, those mines will blow up the agree button.
Okay.
Fucking cruel,
Okay.
dude. I'm guessing this is a mash one. You gotta mash it. Yeah.
Oh, you total dick!
This agree goes over top of it. Ready carefully and thoughtfully. You fucking piece of shit. God damn you. All right, about ownership of rights. I'm getting close. All copyrights and other rights. Fuck you, dude. Fucking mean. Just mean. Oh, okay. What's the most important thing to you? Money. The fucking disagree button just jumps right up in there. This one was tougher than it looks, man. Because you don't move. You move with the mouse click. Nope, over one. No, back one! All right, one more try and then we're done. Well, one more try for that. This one. Now, then we're done. That one wasn't easy. That one got me real quick. Watch out! That one sucks ass. That is the worst one. Because even if you're ready for it, it goes by so fast. There you go. Last week in Zeke done. Oh man, did I make him through? No, I didn't. I never did. But I did there's a cheat you can do. There we go. There's a cheat you can do in the game where you can like just skip the agreement and try the game. Try the actual like platformy game, and the platformy game is just as trolly as the fucking agreement shit. It's just as bad. Like they'll do like, you know, invisible blocks. Like you'll be running along on the platform and then the platform won't exist anymore, but it looks like it does and you'll fall right through it. Like it is just as trolly. Like if you like to be trolled, which I do in a video game, like that's a good one. It's a very good troll game. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna take off early today because fuck you. Because fuck you, that's why. No, I gotta mow the lawn. I got shit I gotta do today. So tomorrow though, we will be playing a very fun game. And I also have to set up for tomorrow's game. I have to figure out how to emulate PsyOps, the Mindgate conspiracy. PsyOps, the Mindgate conspiracy for Scythe. Thank you, Vincent, for gifting a sub to No Fuck You. Indeed. So that's what's happening tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna figure out how to PSX that or whatever the fucking thing I have. What do I have? I have something. PCSX2. That's what I have. Yes, the PCSX2. And yeah, it's getting a modern port, but next month. And I'm not even sure if it's the same game. But yeah, it's that Zeke blessing. No, it's your blessing. Sky, you did that, not me. Martin the Bear with the Hat, thank you for the 5 good subs. Sauron, Lamey Amy, Nukanade, Scunner, and CDPR lied to us.
Hail Berserkers!
Oh, it's not a modern port. It's just the PS2 version on PS Plus. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, either way. Yeah, I'm going to go mow the lawn. I'm going to do some shit. And then we're going to play some PsyOps tomorrow. And that'll be great. And then Friday, I'm not sure what I'm doing on Friday. If I like PsyOps enough and it lasts another day, I'll play it another day. If I don't like it or I don't want to play it again, 007. Let's check out 007 on Friday. And then on Saturday, Indie Saturday, but it's also the If Then this Saturday. So come on out for If Then on Saturday. Give me your indie game suggestions and bring out your subs and resubs, because then you can have a choice of any game to be played later this month if you win. So, yeah. But I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow. I might actually take a nap before I mow the lawn, because, you know, I deserve it.
Until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.